Hello everybody, hello, welcome to Kendo Tips. My name is Jose, I am a Golden in Kendo, and today is a very special day because Andy Fisher will be joining us today during the stream. So you can come ask him questions about his Bogu experience, his Kendo experience, and overall anything we can learn about Kendo from him. I think will be amazing. Avi, welcome to the stream. Thank you for passing by. So I am very excited again just because he has an immense amount of knowledge and experience, and I'm hoping to tap that brain today a little bit and get some good content to grow my Kendo and your Kendo as well. I have a set of questions, and I sent him a couple of questions already, so for him to kind of guide himself for which way some of the questions you guys sent me are going to be presented. But mainly I divided in three sections, actually four sections. One is about Andy. Who is he? How did he get into Kendo? And a little bit of his background. Then a little bit of the background for his store, Kendo Star. And then after that, talking about equipment. I wanted him to tell us a little bit about what should we be looking for. How can we make a good decision on equipment? A little bit of his process on designing Bogu and the functionality of his Bogu as well. Very excited for that. And then overall, it's going to be a last section on how can we improve our Kendo. So it has to do with training and observations, tips for even visiting other dojos and all these things. I want to put it together in that section. And if we have some time, I have two videos that we're going to be reviewing today. So it really depends on the time. Rasico, welcome to the stream. Do you mind talking with Andy and a bit about Yoda maybe today? Of course, yeah, that will be fun. There's very little content on Jordan. As a matter of fact, Avi is a Nitoka, so maybe he can also give us some insight on his experience with Nito and Jordan. So please, if you hang around and you send me your questions, that'll be awesome. As a matter of fact, you know what I should do? I should start an extra section here, and if you guys send me some extra questions, I can ask him depending on which part of this the stream we are. I can ask him these questions that you send me. So feel free to send me some of those questions. Videcom, welcome to the stream. You've been trying to catch my streams for a while. So yeah, this is something I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try to set up maybe 2 days for the stream. One on the weekends, my regular schedule, and then one during the week, kind of like at this time, just because I feel like it's accessible for a lot more people as well. So maybe I'm going to try to get out of work early and make it here on time so we can prepare that. Anything for the Kendo Tips family? Yeah, Avi, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to be calling Andy in a few minutes. I just wanted to give some time for people to come in. If you have any questions, anything that you would like to talk about specifically, please send it my way so that way I can have it prepared for Andy to reply. And just so you know, Andy has been generous enough to send me a code that you guys can use. It's called Kendo Tips. You just put the code Kendo Tips and you're going to get 10% off on your purchases. So thank you very much, Andy, if you're watching already. Hold on. My other computer is about to die. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me make sure everything is set up. And if you haven't already, please take a second to hit the like button. It really helps out this video to be pushed out to more people. And it just tells you that, I'm doing a decent job here. So I'll appreciate if you can do that. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, everything seems to be good. I need to just open up the video so that way I haven't prepared for when Andy gets in here. Give me 1 second. And I think, okay, today I can put the chat on the screen. Last stream I couldn't. So, okay, that's a good thing. let me tell you a little bit about the videos that we have going on today. Andy and I, we're gonna watch over two videos from Ega Sensei. So one of them is a regular practice, and the second one is a video that actually Andy sent me, and is Ega's Hachidan test. So I think it will be very exciting to, get a little bit of his Kendo rant up in the channel, especially on Ega Sensei. He's very, very, you guys know it's very special. So, VidCon, you have to take off, but you tell Andy that you said that thank you for all the tutorial videos. They helped a ton when you first started out, and you look forward to seeing more of them. Yeah. So, okay, just for you guys know, the stream will be in my channel, so you guys can go and watch it again. And I'll try to segment and publish a couple of segments of the stream, so that way it will be more accessible if you give some good nuggets of information. So, yeah. Auxilio Vivo, welcome to the stream. Thank you for passing by. Excited. Two of your favorite on one video. Okay, glad to hear that. That's awesome. That's cool. Okay, so I think it's about time. Maybe I can start giving Andy a call. Just so everybody knows, I believe, let me see, did my bot? No, my bot hasn't shown up the Discord server. Just so you guys know, in the future, if you would like to be part of the Discord server, you can join up by the link that's about to pop up. And in this server, you can, come ask your questions. Just feel free to get to know a little bit of the Kendo Tips community and make some friends. It's free, so you guys don't have to pay anything and get a lot of benefits. Okay, so let me start sending Andy. Wait 1 second. Okay. Where's my Discord? There we go. Let me see. Let me make sure that the volume. Okay. Let me get a video call. Okay. Okay. Andy, can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me yet. Okay, make sure that I pop out the screen. Okay. Sorry guys. Okay, I'm trying to start off. Let me see. Andy, you should be able to hear me. I don't know. I can't see your camera, or I can't hear you either. Okay. Your camera? Okay. Let me see. You probably cannot see my camera. Okay. Can you see me though? Hello, Andy. How's it going? I can hear you totally. Yes. Yes. Can you see me? Okay. Perfect. Let me just make sure that I put you up in the main screen here. Okay. So you're on. Let me just get my face out of the, or my camera out of the thing. Okay, there we go. That should be a good look there. Okay, welcome Andy. Thank you very much for doing this. Okay, can you say something just to make sure that we have good volume on the stream?
Yeah, no problem. I hope everyone can hear me. I'm not used to doing live streams. I'm all pre-recorded content usually, so I hope I've got my mic set up and everything okay. So do let us know if not.
Yes. And feel free to, you can open up the stream and just see the questions if anybody's asking anything.
Sure.
And
Okay. Let me do that right now.
what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to, yeah, Abby, I'm going to try to put up the volume, to set up the volume right for both of us. So let me try to, okay. Let me see. Okay, can you say something, Andy, please?
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'm just trying to open up the stream on my side now. Just get into it. Oh, crikey! Yeah, there I am. Big.
Okay. Say one more thing. I think I got you the volume now correctly.
Yeah, no problem. Is my volume okay now, or still need coming up, or what?
Okay, yeah. Okay, we got the comment perfect, so
Good?
that's a good way for us to move on.
Good.
So Andy, again, thank you very much, not only for doing this, but everything you do for Kendo all around the world.
No.
I have to say that I was in Peru last month, and a lot of people, you make Kendo much more accessible for a lot of the things you do when it comes to shipping, and it's always such a big barrier, because even if you have the same price and same quality, the same item, just what you do for the shipping it makes a big difference for everybody. So
Good. Oh, well, that's great to hear.
yeah, I'm from Venezuela myself, and it was always a challenge when I was there. So going there and seeing how accessible you're making it, man, like I tip off my hat.
Thank you.
So that being said, I sent you a little bit of a list of questions that I kind of wanted to, set up a little bit of a format for the stream. I'll try to stay organized as possible, but sometimes in life things go all over the place. So I wanted to start a little bit with you. If you want to share a little bit, I know a lot of us know you, but if you want to give us a little bit of your story, your side, especially how you got into Kendo and your Kendo background and so on.
Okay, well, where do I start? Apologies first off if I'm looking sort of off camera all the time. My camera is here and you're here, so
It's no problem.
Apologies for that. First off, I'll try and look at the camera. I started Kendo when I was 19 years old, so I wasn't so young. I got into it through a friend who'd done Kendo but since given up. He gave me, I was around his house, and he gave me a shinai, an old shinai, because I saw it, I thought that was super cool. I didn't know much about Kendo at all, really. I knew it was a thing. It wasn't totally alien to me, because back in the 90s, I'd played a video game called Budokan, and it's like a old video game, obviously, that you would go and learn different martial arts, and Kendo was one of them.
Oh, cool.
So it was super cool, but it was obviously in the UK it had no exposure or anything like that. There was no internet, of course. So when I saw the shinai at my pal's house, I was like, "Whoa, that's so cool!" I remember that. He let me have it, and I went home. And in those days, when I was 19, it was what 2000, 2002, something like that. So we had the internet, but only just. So it was dialing up on a modem,
Yes.
and using a search engine to find if there was any Kendo. I think this was one of the first times I ever used the internet to search for something. And it just so happened that there was a Kendo club starting in not where I lived, but in the next town along. The following week, it was like fate. So I emailed him. I think that was the first email I ever sent as well. And asked him if I could join. It's kind of funny, actually. This is funny. So I don't think I've ever told this before online, but this is my wallet, and I carry this around. This is It just happened to be here on my desk as I'm talking about. I didn't plan to get this out. I have to be very careful with this. This is actually a printout of the email, the first email from
Oh wow, that's
from
cool.
the first details of the first, just to let you know, details about the club, where it's located and stuff like that. That was my first sort of intro to Kendo, and I don't know why, but I've kept that with me like ever since. It's been around the world as that piece of paper.
That is awesome.
I don't know why I've done that. It's a bit weird thinking about it, but it's like a little what the Japanese would say, all my money. But yeah, that's that. I went down to the club, and yeah, as soon as they showed me how to do some basic suburi, ashitabaki, that was it. Then it changed my life totally, and like I just thought about Kendo 24/7. Like from that point on,
I can relate. I can totally
it's funny. It's really funny because in those days, I was like at college, and I was like kind of bumming around, to be honest. I didn't really know what I wanted to do with my life, and I was working in my dad's business, like photocopying stuff for him and stuff like that, whilst I was going to college and stuff. And he was always kind of shouting at me and stuff like, concentrate on your schoolwork, concentrate on this. All you care about is that silly stick fighting thing, and that'll never make you any money, that sort of thing. And yeah, obviously that isn't quite how it turned out, but it's quite funny thinking about it in that regard. But yeah, I just it's kind of interesting. I've got a little bit of a different origin story, as it were, than a lot of people, because I did start in this place, little town. It's a city, but it's a little one called Preston in the northwest of the UK. It's not super well known. Okay. One little Kendo club. There was maybe 5 or 6 of us that started. My teacher was third dan at the time, and we had practice once a week, and it was just us sort of. Just swinging away in the dojo, really. And then it was just chance, really. I think that the World Championships was in Glasgow, Scotland in 2003. The famous one with Eiga Sensei's brilliant ski.
Nice, yes.
And because I'd obviously just started Kendo. At that point, I think I took to Kendo very quickly, and like I said, I was obsessed with it. So even though I was at the dojo only once a week, I was practicing every day at home. YouTube wasn't a thing, so I was watching like VHS tapes of the ZNKR instructional video, and I just watched that on repeat. And then there was the National Geographic Hachidan documentary, and there was and I think the first time I ever bought something on the internet was from the ZNKR, and I ordered a DVD of like the All Japan Championships. I'd just been watching it all the time, and I went to the World Championships to watch it, and obviously saw a different level of Kendo entirely, totally different level of Kendo entirely. I think I was like second Q or something at that point. And I was like, "Oh, I've got to get a piece of this. Like, yes. I want to be involved in this." And it motivated me just even more. But I also realized that I was in a kind of not difficult situation, but for we trained once a week for a couple of hours. Yeah, it wasn't a super high level dojo, in all honesty. I didn't have the resources that the guys on the British team in those days had, and certainly not like what the Japanese team had, who were what I really looked up to. So I just tried to make the best of it. I used to take this video camera. This is like nostalgia 101. I used to take this video camera, right? It was a Sony camcorder. It was about that big, like a house brick. Yeah. And I used to take that. It had a cassette in it. It wasn't a digital one, of course. And I used to set it up in the dojo and film my keiko every Wednesday, which is when we used to practice, 8 o'clock till 10 o'clock. I used to film it, and I'd come home that night, and I'd wire it up to the TV, and I'd watch it back, and I'd compare it to the DVD that I'd bought from the Zenkennen, and just be like, oh, where's that different? Where's it different? And I'd watch the Zenkennen Shiai, the All Japan Kendo Championships, over and over and over and over, and try and like burn the image of the Japanese players in my head, like, and then I'd take that to Keiko and just try to copy it, film it, see how close I was, see what I needed to change. I did that for the first probably couple of years of doing Kendo, and I did pretty well in the first 12 months. I moved through Kendo really rapidly. I got my Shodan in 11 months of starting. I won the Q grade, the UK Q grade championships the day before my Shodan exam.
Nice.
It was funny. That was a funny one as well. My I won't go on too much about it, but my a lot of people told me, oh, don't enter the Shiai the day before the grading because it'll mess up your grading Kendo, like before your Shodan. Don't don't get in the mood for Shiai. So I went and spoke to my sensei. I said, sensei, everyone's told me not to do it, but I really want to join it because I'll only have one chance to join it. And he said to me, he said, yeah, but you know, Andy, if you win it, they can't fail you. So yeah, that's a good point. So I ended it, and luckily I managed to win it.
Nice.
And that was an experience as well, of course, because it was down in London, and I'm miles away from London, and I'd shown up from this unknown dojo, unknown nobody, and just won it.
That's
that
amazing.
was funny. Yeah, it was one of those. It was just a Q grade tournament. It wasn't like a super high level, but it was kind of cool. And
it does
then I went on
to it does a lot to change your self perception, right? Like, I'm guessing that completely changed your perspective on yourself.
Yeah, it did. It did because then it gave me a lot more confidence. And it's interesting because obviously that developed over the years, and where you skate that sort of fine line when you're competitive, and especially competing at, I wouldn't say super high levels, but when you're competing and seeing success in reasonable level of Shiai, there's this fine line you have to skate between where you fall either side of it, of being confident and being arrogant, or overconfident. It's a very difficult line to tread, and it's easy in my experience to tread the wrong side of it. But yeah, in those days it was. It wasn't too bad at that point because I was still only a nipper, really. I was only new, so I basically carried on training, carried on as I was, and went to my next Shiai, which was a couple of months later, and I did all right in that as well. I managed to beat a lad who'd just been selected for the team, and at this point all I thought about was joining the national team so I could go to the World Championships. It's like all I thought about.
Nice.
I didn't see it as a near thing because I'd only been doing Kendo like 18 months. At this point I was Shodan, as if like all the team in those days like 5th Dan, and then there was a couple of newer lads who were like 3rd Dan. And anyway, I managed to beat one of these lads in the tournament, and the coach at the time, Honda Sotaro Sensei, he came over to me. And he asked me to join the squad training. And it's funny because I told Sotaro this, because obviously I've known him since then. Okay. So you might know him from the book that he wrote.
Yes.
So he's one of the most important influences in my Kendo life. For being my first coach, basically. It's funny because I told him he was the first Japanese person I ever met.
Oh, that's
which is like met and talked to, because like I say, I'm from a small town in the northwest of the UK, and 20 odd years ago it wasn't like a multicultural place.
I see.
So he found that funny.
So
he was the first Japanese sensei I learned from. So obviously I carried on doing that, doing my best. Had to go down to London every month to do the national team training. And Honda Sensei was very kind to put a lot of faith in me. believe in me and allowed me to join the national team, even though I'd lacked experience and I was young and lower grade compared to most of the others. Did that, and then was on the team for, what, 13, 14 years, something like that.
Wow. Nice.
And it was up to Brazil, I think, up to the World Championships in Brazil. A bit before that, a couple of years before that, I got made the captain of the team. Because the captain at the time, Stuart Gibson, Gibbo, as you might know him, many people do. Another very close friend of mine, and rival. He moved over to Japan. He was someone as well, very big influence on my kendo, very big, big important figure for me, as well as being a close friend. So he moved over to Japan. I became the captain of the team, and I sort of, I really threw myself into the World Championships in Brazil, training towards it, trying to train as much as I could. Couple of trips over to Japan, spent a lot of money doing that. I'd since got married, had my first daughter. She was just a baby. So, sacrificing family time, stuff like that. And I went to Brazil and sucked. Like, totally sucked. Which was, as it was. And I think it was on the way home from there that I decided to move over to Japan. Because I just felt like I couldn't do any more where I was. I was struggling to find the next step for my progress. And I'd done really well in Shiai here. I'd basically won all the tournaments in the UK. I'd gone over to France. I won their tournaments, and then it was like I'd been to Japan earlier. And I'd realised that was a massive turning point for me before that too, is when my first trip to Japan totally changed things. Because that's when I realised that I was insignificant.
That you were like a dust in the universe, right?
Yeah, totally. Because I went to the Gyokuruki, the biggest high school tournament. It's massive, 1,000 teams in the tournament. It takes 5 days.
Wow.
And I realized that there was more teams in the tournament than there were Kendoka in the UK, right? So, and yeah, I thought I was good at the time because I was captain of the British team, I'm a British champion. Yeah, I'm dead good. And then I went there. And then later that year, I went back in December. I spent a month at high school. I'm not going to name drop it, but it's a very famous one. And just got my ass kicked every day. I must have contemplated quitting kendo every day.
Wow.
I just thought, what's the point? Because I was going there, spending 3 hours. I couldn't even hit a single ippon. And these are against kids 10 years younger than me.
Yeah.
It was pretty. It was something of an ego check.
So it definitely brought you back, if like that arrogance level, if you ever had it.
Yeah, because I was well over that. I could say that fine line. I was well on the other side of that at that point. It really knocked me back and was like, you're nobody, pal.
I can relate to that. Andy, give me 1 second. Kevin asked, and I'm just gonna mention it so he doesn't feel like I'm ignoring him.
No problem.
He asked the difference between the Vanguard and the Vanguard Basics. So we're gonna talk about this in a little bit later.
Yeah,
so
I'll answer that question for you, Kevin. No problem at all. In just a bit. Okay.
Cool.
So anyway, so I decided I've got to move over there. That's the only choice I've got. I moved over there, and luckily for me, my coach at the time was another Japanese sensei called Matsumoto Sensei. He was from Kyoto, and he managed to get me in with again, I'm not going to talk about names here because trouble happens. So
it's all good. It's okay.
let's anyone who's followed me before or up to now will know anyway the context of it. But yeah, he got me a job. No, he didn't get me the job, but he got me an interview at a burger company in Kyoto, a pretty well-known one. Now, yeah, it was that because I went to Japan, I didn't have a job, I didn't have anything, and I didn't go to university, right? I went to college, but not like university, so I don't have a university degree, so it's quite hard to get a job as an English teacher.
Yeah.
Which was like kind of the backup plan, but like it was going to be a tough one because I'm not technically qualified. So yeah, he got me an interview, which kind of was really funny because like I've got to be a bit careful what I say. I basically went in and they literally said to me like, yeah, we don't really want to hire another foreigner. It didn't go well last time. Now they've obviously changed the stance on that, but at the time they were like that. And they were like, the thing is, we don't want you, but we kind of can't say no to Matsumoto Sensei, like this sort of thing. I was like, okay. So they gave me a temporary contract, which I was happy for. I just worked as hard as I could. And I think what I did when I joined that company was I realized that if I was going to do this, I wasn't going to do it like as just a part-time job to keep me in the country. I have to make it part of my shugyo, my kendo.
Yes.
And in a way, I can use it in order to help people everywhere do kendo, and especially overcome some of the problems I had when I was, like I say, when I was first starting, and stuff like that. And you know, because I remember what it was like. I went to the World Championships in Glasgow, came back with a load of catalogs, looking at all these catalogs, and everything looked the same, just the prices were different, and stuff like that. So, and I kind of thought, if I'm going to do this, I've got to be a professional about it. I'm not just a customer service rep.
Yeah.
I need to know the answer to the questions everybody's got. I need to learn everything, and I also need to learn, you know, how I can sort of develop kind of kendo for everybody through this medium, as it were. And it was kind of it was great as well because it gave me that chance to do that. It was a great experience. It was difficult, of course. I didn't speak much Japanese at the time, but a sensei told me as well at the high school that I'd been at. The sensei told me. He told me two things. There's a funny story about that, actually. I'll tell you that maybe later if we get time. But I've got hours of stories. But the two pieces of advice he gave me was on my last day there. The first was when Sensei says you can rest from Kakari Geiko, the answer is no. Let me do more. And the second piece was, if you want to get good at kendo, learn to speak Japanese. And that was quite poignant. So yeah, like moving to Japan, working in a Japanese company, and sort of having the drive to learn about the business and the industry, not just answer basic emails or just you know do the sort of surface level stuff. So I spent a lot of time with craftsmen, you know, industry professionals, as well as the professional salesmen that worked with the domestic sales, sort of doing as much as I could to learn and increase my knowledge. And did that for what, like, and obviously, like anyone that knew me back then will know that obviously I kind of got quite prominent from doing that. That wasn't just internationally, in Japan too, like in the industry. I think a lot of the industry knew that I was the guy doing the foreign sales.
Yeah.
And I got into a conversation with somebody in Kumamoto, as there was things. I'm not going to give the reasons why, but I'd already decided to leave the company I was working for. I'd lined up a different job, totally different industry, nothing to do with Kendo, in Tokyo,
Mm-hmm.
and like there was stuff that happened. There was ways that I didn't see eye to eye with the company in the end, and that was about to kick off, and then I got into this sort of conversation with this person in Kumamoto that ran another company, very big one in Japan at the time, but unheard of outside of Japan. Um, and Kumamoto is like an hour away from my wife's like hometown.
Mm-hmm.
So that was much more. This was about a year after the big quake and tsunami as well in
Oh, okay.
Tohoku. So my wife was a bit nervous about moving further east, as that was, that's kind of was a bit of a thing in the air at the time. So, because like the tremors carried on for ages after that, like so yeah, she wasn't so keen on that, and well, I wasn't either. And then yeah, I'd heard of this company before. I'd looked at it a lot before and thought their stuff was cool. Um, and spoke to the guy that owned it. Got on really well. They offered me a pretty generous package to move to them,
Yeah.
and because they'd obviously seen what I'd been doing at my previous company, and they'd wanted to do something similar.
Yeah.
Um, so they asked me to come over. I did, and obviously I agreed. And basically set up an international division for them that took off really well. It went really popular. It went really popular really fast, and did great. And it was great. It was great, and I was having the time of my life because it was a great place for Kendo as well. Absolutely amazing. I was the company itself had a super strong Kendo team. We had people that were like all Japan level. There was there was people in our company team who were in the Japanese squad.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was like pretty good. We had a dojo in the company. I could go there as much as I wanted. Um, so yeah, had a great time doing that. But things changed a lot in that company as well. It wasn't in the same way as it was in the one in Kyoto.
Mm-hmm.
It was much more amicable.
Mm-hmm.
Things kind of when I left the company in Kyoto to the one in Kumamoto, things went pretty messy from their side. They weren't happy about it at all.
Okay.
Um, so yeah, that didn't end too well, unfortunately. But with the Kumamoto place, we just grew apart. I think it was a case of I'd done really well at the place. I'd worked really hard, popularized their brand, and then there was this very difficult point that it came to in the company where the, I was the foreign guy.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make it about like a foreign sort of that sort of thing, but there was a bit of that, and it was kind of like they wanted me to do more, like pushing the products that were popular in Japan rather than my own series of products that I knew would be perfect for the international market.
I understand.
Because obviously for them it's a big business, and it makes perfect sense from a business point of view. If they're manufacturing products, obviously it's more economical for them to produce one or two or three specific products and offer them to all the customers than these three for these customers and then these three for those customers.
Yes. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Totally.
So they wanted me to stop that, but that was against my whole sort of philosophy of what I was doing, because I'd had this experience previously with a company that I'd worked for before. They'd come up with products. I'd said to them, "No, I'm not. I don't like this one. This isn't what people want." If I'm honest with you, they want the best thing we can do for our customers overseas is work on equipment that's going to be protective, that's going to be comfortable, and it's going to be affordable, decent quality, so they're not having to keep buying it. Um, whereas that sort of wasn't seen eye to eye. And then the
Yes.
same thing
Yes.
happened, like I said, at the place in Kumamoto. But it was great though. I had a great relationship with the guy that owns the company. I still have a great relationship with him now. Still friends with him. Still talk to him. In fact, when we first started Kendo Star, we worked together, and he helped me make some of our first Borgu sets and stuff like that. So there's no bad blood there, which is great.
Cool. Yeah.
And yeah, it's cool in that regard. And that's where I ended up sort of deciding to separate off on my own, because I've realized I was at the sort of top of where I could get realistically, from my move what I wanted to do. I'd got to the extent of what I could do in terms of my creativity and what I was able to possibly do for the international community within the restraints of working for a company like that. I had to go off on my own. So I did that. We ran it in Japan for a couple of years. And then I moved it to the UK for practical reasons, mainly. It was very difficult to run a business as a non-Japanese person in Japan.
I can imagine.
Well, not non-Japanese people, but I'm not I'm not a citizen of the country.
Yeah, I understand.
I had permanent residency, but I don't have the passports and all that. I don't read as well as a native speaker does. And yeah, I've got my wife and stuff like that, but it's a lot of pressure to put on somebody when you dump in, like a year of accounts on somebody and say, oh, let's fill in a tax return. Yeah. So, and then also, you're talking about shipping stuff around the world. A lot of our customers are in Europe. A lot of them are in the US. Yeah. And yeah, a lot of them are in Australia. And the thing is because of the way international couriers work, a lot of the parcels, they go in the cargo hold of passenger planes. So if there's more air routes, it's cheaper.
Okay. Makes sense.
So the shipping logistics became a little bit more viable doing it from the UK rather from Japan as well.
Yeah.
Just lots of different things. Just running a business in English was going to be a lot easier for me.
Yeah.
And then there was the fact as well, my kids didn't really know my side of the family. They didn't speak English at that point. So it was a bit of a, it was a tough decision. I miss Japan every day. I love living there, but that's how we got to where we are, I guess. So yeah, that's the short version.
No, that's cool. I mean, there's a lot of good information that you just share with us. And one of the biggest points, and I'm gonna take you back for a little bit from the early part of where you were saying, the part that where you were watching the old Japan and then mimicking that for yourself, visualizing that. My field of studies is within psychology, so I'm a big fan of sports psychology, and that's one of the biggest thing that I feel that a successful athlete has to do. You have to visualize it, and I'm saying this because there was a photo, I think it was in your Instagram or maybe Facebook, that I saw years ago, and it's of you doing a man, but your hands are not extended, like you're full airborne, but your upper body is relaxed. So you didn't throw the hands in. And a lot of the times when people ask me, what is the secret to fast attack? And I always say, well, you have to hold your hands back until the last second, right? And for me, watching that picture, I had that for a long time in my head.
Oh, really?
Every time. Yeah. So I couldn't find the picture, but this is the image whenever I'm trying to do men. I'm trying to use my legs before I throw my hands. And so I have to say I did use that. And if you have that picture, I think you should repost it because
I don't know which one it is. But
it was years ago. It was probably like 2015 or something like this.
Okay.
But
okay.
anyways,
That'd be when I was still still training a lot.
I don't remember exactly where I saw it, but I know it was yours. Anyways, you pretty much answered me a lot of the questions that I had to do about
Cool.
about you, your background, and how you got into the Bogu business.
Mm-hmm.
So now let's talk a little bit about Kendo Star.
Sure.
First, I don't want to leave Kevin hanging around
Yeah.
with
With
the
this
question.
question.
So
So
let me go back to just
yeah,
make sure I read it to make
no
sure I
problem.
get the. Okay. So he's asking, can you tell him the difference between the Vanguard Basic and the Vanguard Extra Protective?
Yeah, I can, no problem at all. So the Vanguard Extra Protective is what we call the original Vanguard. It's like our flagship model. It's our main one. We started with that.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the whole, that's essentially where Kendo Star, as it is now, grew from. Was from that Borg set. That was my original design of what I thought not the perfect, but the ideal all round Borgu for the international market would be. And that's where I started with it. Then, of course, it's you can't make the perfect thing and balance everything, and what you're always balancing is features, quality, and cost. All right. And that's supposed to sit at somewhere as an even balance of everything. Now, what that means is it doesn't always fall into everybody's budget. It means that obviously it's a little bit too, it's a little bit out of the price range of some people. So to accommodate for that, what I did is I went back to that design and I stripped back some of the features that I thought weren't absolutely crucial. Okay, so that's where the Vanguard Basic V2 comes from. So the first thing that went was the door die. All right, so the door die that you get in the V2 is a single piece plastic door rather than the 50-piece type. All right, so you get the better door die in the Vanguard original rather than the V2. The difference is there. The 50-piece one's a little bit thicker and it's a little bit deeper. All right, so it does wrap around your body a little bit more. It's a better door. Right? It's a better door. All right. The second thing was the Mengane. The Mengane that's in the original is the IBB duralumin version. So it's got the reinforced bars at the top and slightly better balance. It's a little bit more durable over the V2s. It's just a basic duralumin one. So they're all duralumin. It's like an aluminium alloy.
Yes.
It's fine. It's fine. For most people, but that little bit of extra durability comes from those reinforced bars at the top. Then the other thing is the Vanguard original. It's got the 10mm stitching on the top, on the kote, and on the tare obi.
Okay.
Now that 10mm stitching leaves the futon nice and thick, nice and soft, very cushioned. But the wider stitching, it loses a bit of durability, especially in places where it rubs against your body. Okay, so what the Vanguard original has, it's got that 10mm stitching here on the kote, on the tare obi, but where it rubs against your shoulders on the mendare and on the tare panels, or tare dare as they're called in Japanese. I love that. It's 5mm, right? So it's half, right? So it's like a gunome type, right?
Okay.
But it's diagonal. So you get that little bit of extra durability, and it gives it a bit of extra stiffness as well, so you can shape it a little bit nicer.
Okay.
So obviously, as you progress in Kendo, you start to care about that a bit more. And then the other thing is there's a few more decorative things. The what's called the kazarito. So I've got a men here. This is a myrmidon, which I think we're going to probably talk about in a bit.
Yes.
But you see this thick rope in here,
Yes.
this type of stitching. It's called kazarito. It's just decorative. It doesn't really serve much of a purpose for the most part. And on the tare, you usually have different lines of those, like 5 or 6 lines of those. The Vanguard V2 doesn't have it. It has very simplified versions of them. So it's just a decorative difference. The idea is that if you can't quite manage to stretch to get the original Vanguard, you can still benefit from the protection at least, and the comfort that it offers. The kote are the same. You get the same kote. That's one thing, because I think that's really important.
Yes. Yes.
Because one of the reasons I wanted to design protective bogu is because I knew from my days of doing kendo in Europe before I moved to Japan that a big point of losing beginners is when they first wear bogu, and I think it's because it's painful. And there's a fine line to draw there, because I don't like to go too far with it, because there is a fine line. People sometimes ask me, like, why don't you put plastic in or something like this, or this, whatever. But you know, if people still have to learn to hit properly,
yes,
they have to know that they're doing it wrong. So that feedback is also important. So there is a fine line, but at the same time, I don't want people getting hurt. So that's the balance I've always thought about having to draw. But anyway, the kote are the same between the two sets. If you can afford to get the original Vanguard, you will benefit from the extra money spent on it. Even if it takes you an extra month or two or whatever to save up the extra bit of money to get it. And there's there's discount codes.
Yeah, the Kendo Tips discount code, right?
They can help you get it.
Balance it out.
It is a better investment. But if it is just that little bit out of reach, then yeah, the V2 is a great choice, because you do get the most important features from the original. I hope that basically answers it.
Quick little sidetrack. Yeah, I think it answers very well. Quick little sidetrack. Democritus is asking, do you ship to Costa Rica and Panama? Because it's difficult for him to find affordable shipping.
I'm pretty sure we do. I think the only place so far we've not been able to ship to has been that we've been told we've not been able to ship to. We haven't tried to. I think there's two. I think we've been told we aren't able to ship to North Korea, and we aren't able to ship to Afghanistan. And I think some things we can't ship Shinai, for example, to Russia right now. They won't let us do that. But people have asked us to send like little stuff. I don't know if it ever got there, but it's a bit that's obviously a difficult situation.
Yes.
In terms of Costa Rica and Panama, I believe we can.
Mm-hmm.
Whether that falls into our what do you call it? We've got the offer of the import taxes paid. I don't think it does. But it would fall under the free shipping if it's over 75 British pounds, which is like what? Like these days with the exchange rate, it's like, I don't know, like $20 or something.
Something, yeah, I don't remember.
No, it's not. It's like $80 or something. Yeah.
No, but I'm going to say that normally one of the tricks to get around for us in the past was to, ask the supplier to send it with like a lower cost of, report a lower cost for us to pay less.
Yeah. It's you're definitely not supposed to do that. So if you emailed us and asked us to do it, we definitely wouldn't do it. Okay.
Yeah, this is I'm just saying, I heard people were doing that anyways.
Yeah.
No, definitely, because, we have to find ways to get things.
Yeah, definitely. But in terms of, I'm pretty sure we can ship there. The free shipping over 75 applies to everybody. All right. It applies to everyone. We don't.
You don't charge.
I've never liked
past the 85. You don't charge for shipping past the $85.
No.
But what you're talking about right now is to pay the
that's
customs.
what I mean.
Okay.
Yeah, the actual shipping cost. All right. Now, for some countries, for most countries, we'll pay the import taxes as well. But we can't do it for everywhere. Now, the reason for it's not us being tight, if I'm honest. The fact is we don't have a means to do it. All right. So there's some countries that won't allow us to do it. All right. So we just don't have a means to do it.
Yeah.
So otherwise we would. So yeah, that's that's that. But do us a favor. The best thing to do is about Costa Rica, Panama. Just fire us an email, mail@kendostar.com, because and one of my staff will ask the shipping team if what the situation is with that, and they'll confirm it for definite. But I'm sure we can. I'm sure we'll sort something out.
Okay, you answered already a couple of the questions that I had for Kendo Star, so I kind of want to just share a little bit of my thoughts on Kendo Star, because first of all, for everybody, if you don't know us already, Andy sent me a Bogu set to try it out. We're gonna be talking about it in a second, and I'm just gonna first of all point out, man, the dedication and the coolness of your shipping, man. Like every little detail that you put in everything on the packaging, it's so well thought out, and it just makes it, for me, it just made it feel like Christmas, because you don't know what you're getting. And I'm gonna say that it's not that you don't know what you're getting. You're excited for opening the bags and stuff like this. This week I had a new student show up at the dojo that he happened to buy the Bogu before coming, before joining Kendo at the dojo. Yeah. But he came with the bag from the shipping, from your bag. Because it looks good. Even that, it looks good. So amazing thoughts on the packaging.
Good. I'm glad about that, because it's something that we put a lot of effort into. It's something that I think at the end of the day, when you buy something like a Borg set, and it's not just the Borg set, it's that stuff that you got. We send it in pretty much every package. The envelope, for example, that goes in every parcel that it'll fit into. There's some parcels it won't fit into. It won't fit in a Shinai box, for example. But if it'll fit in the parcel it goes in. The thing is from my point of view.
Andy, give me 1 second. Full Metal asked a question about the Myrmidon set and the Sentinel set.
Yeah, I can see that. I'll answer that in just a minute if you like.
I'm gonna tell him, because he has to go. Full Metal, the stream is going to stay in the channel, so you can go back and see.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll quickly tell you the difference between the Myrmidon and the Sentinel. Right, the Myrmidon's got the stitching that's extra protective. The Sentinel's really protective as well, but the Sentinel's made to order, and it uses real deer skin on the leather parts, and it's a bit stiffer on the men daddy. Okay, it's a little bit stiffer on the men daddy because the stitching's tighter, but it looks super cool. All right, it's a little bit of a higher grade Borg set, not in terms of your ability, but just in the terms of the materials used. That's why it's a bit more expensive. Awesome. All right, if you want it fast, get the Myrmidon, especially if you want something that's the most protective you can possibly get. But if you want something that's a little bit more prestige, and you don't mind waiting to get it, then get the Sentinel. If we're going to, about the separate parts, we will put them on the website. I just haven't managed to get that sorted yet. But we can do them. If you want a set of the Cordero Men, whatever, just email us.
Awesome.
Done.
Cool. Yeah, we don't want to hold you back for Keiko, man. We know Keiko's important, so enjoy practice.
Defo.
And we'll be here.
And Justin, we can get the XXL door dye in some of the other colours, but it's limited. So you'd have to just send us an email and I'll tell you which ones we can get, okay?
Cool. Awesome. Okay, let me get back my train of thoughts.
Yeah. So anyway, I was telling you about the packaging. So my thing about that is I know that Kendo Star is potentially not the cheapest burger shop on the internet. All right, I know that's potentially not the case. I don't know because it's been some time since I've compared us to others. All right. But I've never set out to be the cheapest. I've set out to be the best. All right. So it's something I've said before, something that a very good friend of mine through Kendo said to me is he recommends Kendo Star to his students because he tells them that you might pay a little bit more, but you can't afford to buy twice. And it was that's always been the way it's been for me. I don't compromise on the quality. I don't compromise on the vision of what we're doing. And if that means, things like free shipping, paying the import taxes, these things are expensive for us. All right. And it might look on the website. Yeah, maybe like I say, I'll be honest. I really don't know where we sit in terms of prices compared to the others because I don't compare it anymore because I'm not trying to be the cheapest.
I'm actually, I'm just kind of shipping a little bit because I did a little bit of research on this lately, and I'm gonna just give you a little bit of what I found. I'm doing a video talking about whether it's better to buy new kote or repair kote. So I was
Yeah.
looking for the cheapest kote, and your cheapest kote, it's considering the free shipping and all the stuff, it's at par with the cheapest kote.
Oh, fair enough.
So,
Fair enough.
like, yeah.
Okay. Well, that's cool.
The only
that's
way it will be cheaper to get it on their place is if you go there to pick it up, But
Sure.
anything
Yeah,
else?
no, I understand that. Especially when you think about import taxes and stuff like that too.
Yeah.
The thing is this sort of stuff costs a lot of money for us to do. We're not a massive, we're not a high profit business, frankly, without going into sort of the details of things. But I'm not sat here in a mansion driving a Lamborghini. Unfortunately, not yet. You need to buy a few more. So, but this is, this is the fact. It's not. It's not that I'm just trying to sort of skim a lot off the top here. It's the fact that what we do at the level that we do it is not necessarily the cheapest way we could do it.
Yeah.
Right. And sometimes what I would kind of urge as many people to do as they can is if they are looking at something and it is cheaper or is very cheap, ask yourself why.
Yeah. And I'm gonna say, in my experience, for example, I had one student yesterday, actually at practice. I mentioned that I was doing the stream with you today, and he brought the thing that he saw the review for the Myrmidon. He was like, "I regret buying my Bogu. I want that one now." It's like, because there's very little
we
details.
get that a lot. I get that a lot. I get people come to us a lot saying, oh, look, a few months ago I bought this Bogu and it's just not right for me, and now, that's why I've come back to you, or whatever. It is a common thing, unfortunately.
So this does bring me to the next topic that I wanna start talking about. We're gonna talk about the Myrmidon in a second, but somebody in the comments asked, and there's a question that I had myself as well. What is your process for designing a Bogu, especially thinking that your clientele is foreigners from Japan, right? So what are some of the things that you go through as you're trying to develop a Bogu? Somebody asked, how do you make the decision to go on the patterns of the stitching? Give us a little bit of the insight of what goes into the Andy mind.
Sure. Well, the funny thing is these days, I haven't. The Sentinel was a new Bogu that we added a few months back, and that was probably the first one we'd added in quite a while. Before that, I think the newest ones were Kamui and Victory. Kamui was a bit of a fun one because it was a little bit of an unusual. It's a little bit of an unusual stitching pattern. It's like a double cross pitch type thing. It can be a combination of things. It can be different each time. The Sentinel, that was a really fun one because I was sat there one day and I often talk about, don't I often say about how I want the Bogu to be suitable for people outside of Japan, and that is definitely the case, but I also take a lot of inspiration from what is popular in Japan too. I'm very influenced, and I kind of got my finger on the pulse all the time of what's going on in Japan, both with Kendo and the Bogu industry. So there's things there that can influence my thought process, but like Sentinel was an interesting one because it is, like, on the surface, if you look at Sentinel from afar, it's not like Kamui. Kamui is clearly like an innovative, very different Bogu set if you look at it, because it's got a very different type of stitching. It's got this kind of double grid pattern stitching all over it. It's got this kind of matte what do you call it, like a synthetic deer skin all over it, the synthetic deer skin mune. It comes with a matte black door. It's got this kind of matte black kind of, that was the sort of thing I went with. I went really with the aesthetic with that specific set. It came from the workshop sent me a sample about this big of a Bogu futon that they'd stitched like in that double cross pitch. I thought it was really cool because it made the little cushions but also was really moldable. I was like, yeah, let's do it. Let's make something, and if we're gonna do it, we'll make something that's different to everything else. and I went down this sort of matte sort of theme with Kamui. But when it came to Sentinel, for example, it was an interesting one because I kind of was like, well, what if I took the Vanguard and like turned everything up to 11?
Spinal Tap. I got that.
Yeah, exactly right. So if I was like, if I take the 10mm stitch in and then the 0.5 to 5mm stitch in on the Mendare, what if I pushed that as like a little bit further and went like 12, and then instead of dropping to 6, we drop it to 3, so it's double. No one's done that before.
Yeah.
But that really pushes the envelope of what the concept of it is, with the thicker stitching in the protective zones and the thinner futon, moldable futon that's stiffer, more rigid in the parts you want to have that sort of rigidity, so you can mold it. It's not the best choice for like a brand new beginner, if I'm honest, because it's got that stiffness on the Mendare. It's for someone that's probably a few years into Kendo or more and is really wanting that sharp look that that you see in the All Japan Championships, where they've got that shape that just doesn't seem to move.
It stays,
but they still have the nice so it was very influenced by Borgu, that was very popular with the Tokyo Police, actually. So that's how I came about that one. Other things have been like an evolution of other stuff. So Victory's a great set. Victory started in a restaurant, a family restaurant in Fukuoka, around the corner from my old house, where I've got a sort of business partner that I work with in Japan who runs we've got a shop in Japan.
Nice.
That's under a different name. It's under the name Mikatsuki Budoga for the time being.
Cool.
And he he came to meet me. We went out for lunch, and he pulled out of his bag this kote, just one.
Yeah.
He said, "Look, the workshop's just sent me this," and he showed it me, and it was really light, really flexible, but it hadn't like they took loads in the not the old days, because it's like 5 years ago, but what they used to do to make, and what places do to make kote very flexible and light, is they just pull the padding out. But what he said, no, they've got this new wata, the padding, the synthetic padding inside, that's lighter and softer. Try it out. And I was like, oh, this is pretty awesome. And I was like, this would be a really good like Jisen Gata style Borg set, like a Shiai style. Kote, we were talking about Kote, just a really good Shiai style Kote. Yeah, okay, right. We need a name for it. And we're sat there eating our lunch, whatever, and I just said let's call it Victory, and that's where that was born as a brand, as it were.
Nice.
And then we made a men and a tare to match, which was really popular. It was popular in Japan, was Victory, rather than overseas. And I think that was a bit more of the theme of that Borg set. It was probably more of a Japanese style Borg set than an international type Borg set. It wasn't massively popular, the first iteration of Victory, on the international front, but like we have we had some really famous players using it in Japan. I think our sort of claim to fame with it, as it were, is Nishimura-san used it in one of the documentaries on NHK, which is pretty cool. I was happy about that. We got a good shot of the tag on there. Like, nice. So that was cool. But so that's how it started. And then, like I say, it wasn't super popular. And then the Zen Kennen put out a sort of thing about how they were going to really clamp down on the Borgu, how it has to be more protective. It has to be more you know, the mendai can't be too short and all this sort of stuff. And I took victory away for a bit because it wasn't super popular anyway, because I wasn't pushing it super hard, because I don't think pushing Jisengata style Borg sets to the international market is necessarily a good idea.
Yeah.
Because most of us, myself included, don't do Shiai every week.
You
know,
very big point. Yes.
You know, it's all right if you're a policeman in Japan. You do, you know, and even they might not do a Shiai every week, but they do practice Shiai every day sometimes.
Yeah.
Especially running up to Shiai. Those guys have got lots of Borgu, and it's often paid for them. So, and even then, or they could be high school students, university students, whatever, where they are doing Shiai every week, something like that. But and I'll get to that in a minute. A new comment just came in there saying the victory set's protective enough for my club. Yeah, but I think you're talking about the new victory, because I'm just talking about the history of it and how we got to designing it to where it is. And then what I had is, I took victory away and I came up with a new set, which was again, it was inspired by some Borg that was popular in Japan.
Yeah.
And it was a different type of stitching, not totally groundbreaking. We weren't the first. We didn't invent it. It was similar to our the sort of hybrid stitching we use on the Myrmidon, you know, with these big gaps, except the gaps are much smaller. So it's like 3mm, 6mm, 3mm, 6mm, and we called that I think it was it Shinobu we had for a while, and it was a really great set, because again, it was for people who didn't want the wide stitching look, because it hadn't really set in yet.
Yeah.
The wide stitching kind of. Some people are still a little bit hesitant of it. And you know, it was the same stitching all over, so it was a much more uniform set. And it was really popular actually with Shinobu, and it was a great set. I liked it a lot. And I decided I wanted to improve it a bit. And I used it myself actually, the Shinobu. I used it in my 6th Dan exam. I liked it that much.
Cool.
Because it was pretty lightweight, but not like a floppy
yes.
Borgu that's not gonna, you know.
It had that stiffness you were talking about.
Yeah. It was easy to shape, so I could get the nice look, but it was still, you know. So we did that for a while, and then I wanted to just I wanted to improve it a little bit. And again, my business partner from Japan showed us, he sent me some pictures through of a set that he'd made in the shop for one of the police officers that we often work with, one of his kids, who was a high school student or something. Nice. And it looked super cool. And it was double orizashi. And again, double orizashi isn't super groundbreaking. Something that's been done for years. I've designed Borg sets like that before in the companies I've worked for in the past. Double orizashi is where on the futon here, this is the orizashi part here, yeah? You see that? Yeah? And this part's just normal cotton, like you'd have that's like a hakama is made from.
Yes.
Well, double orizashi is both parts of orizashi. Okay, so it doesn't make a huge difference. It makes it look a little bit different. The whole thing looks a little bit more matte in a way.
Okay.
And that's what it was. It looked pretty cool, and he had this synthetic leather mune on it, and he had dark brown kazari-ito. So this kazari on the ago here and stuff, and here it was dark brown. I thought it looked super cool, and I thought to myself, you know, we could make that, but we'll change it and we'll combine it with the Shinobu. And it can be the new victory, and that's basically where that came from. I wanted to change the kote up a little bit. I wanted to move away from kote that's fifth section is fully orizashi.
Okay.
I wanted to move away from that a bit, because it is it's a weak point on any Borgu that is made of orizashi. It's not on all. Sometimes it can happen. In either where the herikawa, the bit that joins the tenorichi, the leather on the palm, to the fist, so that pipe in there, where it joins there, or where the kazari-ito on the fist section is sewn through the orizashi. It can holes can happen or
Yeah,
it can
little
tear there.
rips. Yeah, had happened before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, right. So I wanted to move away a little bit from that. So the kote on the picture he sent to me was fully orizashi. So I said, no, what we'll do is we'll put what's called a yakko on them. So it's half leather. It's a common design. It's been around for decades. It wasn't my design. And we'll put half leather on it and then keep the other half orizashi. So you keep that sort of lightweight sort of idea, quick drying. The synthetic stuff's about the same these days, to be fair, but it just sets it apart a little bit from the other stuff that we have. And then I love that dark brown Kazarito so much. But I thought, well, I love it, but not everyone might love it. So what we'll do is we'll offer it in black and we'll offer it in blue. So whichever one you like, you take your pick, and it's kind of a nice way to choose it in a way, a little bit of personalization without going crazy, because there's people out there that still think that if you've got a different colored door you think you're something, which is not the right way to think, but that's how some people are. So.
I agree with you 100%. Actually, that's part of my question, especially for testing, and a little bit later. So we can talk a little bit.
I've never worn a black door in a grading, and I'll put that to you right away.
Nice. And listen, I like the black, but I don't like the shiny. I like the matte black, right? So for my test, I use the matte black. But I'm actually, and I was gonna talk to you a little bit later, maybe after through a message, and I'm looking for a brown door. But anyways, we'll talk about that later.
No problem.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you, because we're talking so much about the. Oh wait, hold on. There's a couple of comments that I kind of wanted to bring up real quick.
Yeah, sure.
So Shen, he's asking about men protection because he got his kohai that he got hit on the mengane hard during practice, and he's now experiencing vertigo. So my question for Shen is going to be like, did he get hit in the mengane and his head got pushed back? Something like this happened?
That, or I think just to be clear, Shen, the mengane is this metal cage. Okay, so I'm not sure if you mean that or if you mean he got hit on the men buton, which is this part. But in any case, wherever he got hit, he shouldn't be getting hit so hard that he's experiencing that. All right. There is an issue there that's not down to the Borger. All right. Now, getting a better men or a more protective men is not the way to solve this problem, unless there is, unless he's wearing a men that's got a hole in it or something like that. But I don't think so. Yeah. I don't know what kind of men he's using or anything like that, but the first step there is there needs to be sort of something looked at that's not the men, because the problem is, right, if you just put a thicker men on, you could put a motorcycle crash helmet on, you're not going to help the next person that person hits. Yeah, so I urge you first to maybe find out if that's definitely the men that's the issue, and if not, then it's difficult, but a conversation needs to happen. All right. Yes. Now, I understand this is a difficult thing, but if my advice would be for your kohai, or yourself, as it is about your kohai, would be either to talk to your sensei and mention it and ask them to keep an eye on it, or really, your kohai should probably speak to the person that struck them and just ask them, is it normal for this to happen, because it feels a little bit over the top. Obviously you don't want to create confrontations.
Yeah. So
you got to handle it with some tact, but I'm reluctant to say get a better or more protective man. Obviously I could sit here and say, buy the Vanguard Myrmidon because that will protect you, but that isn't going to help you, all right? And it's not going to help the people in your dojo, all right? So and especially the person that did the hitting, all right? That person needs help too.
Yeah, it's definitely some issue there that needs to be addressed. My motto in my dojo is always safety first, right? Like, don't get injured, don't get hurt.
Yeah.
And a big part is not necessarily on you; it's also on your partner that needs to be careful.
Yeah, definitely.
So he said something, Shen. You said something. The metal. I'm guessing that the partner did get hit on the metal, and the crystal inside his ear is loose. Don't understand that part.
Okay.
So if you can give some clarification, Shen, that will be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's hard to imagine without seeing what happened, and I've got zero medical knowledge, so like, I didn't know we had crystals in our ears. So
This is yeah, this is I understand. Okay, SRB is mentioning exactly very interesting point, especially as beginners. He's saying that when he practices men, he just put his bogu just recently. So when he practices men, he notices that when he does Iman with his partner,
Yeah.
both of them crash violently. But he notices that his senpai and instructors, when they hit, they gracefully pass through. Are we doing something wrong? Is something
yeah,
that he should be doing?
yeah, you are, but it's normal. It's normal. It's a phase we all encounter. What it's caused by is you need to improve your ashisabaki. Okay, and you're struggling to control your weight distribution after your fumikomi. So what you'll find is two higher level players that do maybe perhaps I'm in, and when they come into contact with each other, they're still in control of their weight distribution, so that they're not just smashing into each other and then knocking each other over, but they're able to control the amount of momentum in a very sort of small window of time.
Yes.
Yeah. And use that and use the footwork to turn as they collide, so that they can separate as well. So that momentum is kind of dispersed as they separate. It'll come with experience, but it's definitely a case of improving your ashisabaki. All right, so focus on that in your suburi, and it'll get better.
Totally. I agree 100%. And if anybody, like if you're here and you come to my streams often, you will know that I say always footwork, and then some more footwork, and you'll be okay.
100%.
So Nicholas Silver, Nick, he's a friend of mine actually from Miami, but he's living in
Yeah, I know
Japan.
Nick. How you doing, mate?
Oh, you know Nick? Yeah, like he's a friend of
Oh
mine.
yeah. I went down to the university in Beppu, is it? When he was there.
He's there
Yeah,
right
that's
now,
cool.
actually. Again,
Cool.
so he's asking, what's your shipping times look like for Japan?
Look like to Japan. Depends what you order. But if it's like if it's bigger, like if you order like a plastic tsuba, then that's probably going to get sent in the mail, which could probably take like 10 to 12 days or something like that. But if you order over the 75 GBP amount, and you get the free shipping, that's going to come by courier. You'll get it within 5 days.
Cool,
Usually
cool.
like 3 days.
So okay.
Depends though, because Japan's a little bit different to a lot of countries. Everyone's got this
Yeah.
image of Japan as being super modern.
There's
not,
a couple of things
all
that
right?
are
So,
not. Yeah.
yeah. So what's going to happen is, say DHL will take that from the UK, they'll take it to Japan, and then they'll pass that on to like some kind of takubin, which will potentially take its own sweet time to get it there.
Yeah.
So I'd probably say 3 days. Like if we send something to the US, like it's probably getting, like if I send you something in the morning, it's probably getting there on Monday. Whereas Japan, maybe Wednesday.
Yeah, I can see that. Okay. I'm going to say, first of all, Democritus, he wanted to say thank you for your videos from Costa Rica.
No, thank you for enjoying them.
And maybe we should consider taking a trip together down South America, man. If you want to do that, we should organize.
Yeah, I love that. I've only been there once for the World Championships.
Man, like, and I mentioned that last month I was in Peru. The food is amazing. So if you go there, you're not gonna want to leave. Okay, so let me tell you a little bit about my experience. You already know a lot of this from my video and so on with the Myrmidon set, but I do have questions too about some other stuff compared to other Bogu sets and so on, because I get a lot of questions, the difference between the Myrmidon and the Vanguard. So I'm going to say that the stitching for me, it was revolutionary. For me, once I got it and seeing
Great,
the
isn't it?
padding, yeah, it's amazing. And seeing the padding that had that double, like the padding on the top and underneath, it just made such a big difference. In my video, you can see that I asked my partner to hit me the wrong way. So the things that the
Yeah,
way
yeah,
that
yeah.
we know we need to change it.
I'm not gonna lie. I watched the video, and when he did that, I was like,
I know. Listen, you can see it. I put it in the video. Like I was like looking around, thinking like, did you actually hit me? Like, what's that? Because I never had an experience before with a protective set or an extra protective set.
it's
I was always kind of like in the follow of just getting what my sensei told me, and always like just kept that tradition. So
yeah, of course, of course.
being able to try something different and seeing something else out there, for me, it opened my eyes a lot, especially for new students. Because normally I've recommended students when they get their kote, also get a protector just to you know, balance it out. Because as you said, we lose a lot of students this way. But with this, it's great. So I'm guessing that you have worn both. You have tried both. Different.
So Myrmidon is one of my favorite sets. So this is my personal Myrmidon men, and it's pretty worn, right? And I say it's pretty worn. For one of my Borgers, this is pretty worn, considering I've like this isn't a flex, right? But I've got every Borger set on our website, because it's the first thing I do before I put anything for sale is I get it and I use it and make sure that it's how I imagine it before I put it out there. But Myrmidon is probably the one I've used the most, perhaps after Praetor. Praetor is my baby. Absolutely love that. But that's slightly different. But Myrmidon, it is just so comfortable, but it's lightweight, never hurts, and it looks cool. It just looks cool because it's this is like the successor of a set we had called the Vanguard Prime, which was another great set, but it had this stitching everywhere, right? It was on the Mendai and everything, and you didn't quite get the moldability on the Mendai, all right? So it's a bit of an upgrade in that regard. I'm not trying to plug it here, but I'm just saying it's one of the reasons that I absolutely love it. So yeah, I have used it. I've used the Vanguard as well, of course. My wife uses the Vanguard, the original Vanguard, as her main Borg set. She's just got a Sentinel now. She hasn't really started using it yet because she likes using her Vanguard so much.
Yeah.
But she doesn't. She's not quite on the receiving end of as much Uchikomi as I am. Because I was, until recently, I was involved in like national team coaching staff. So like I was receiving a lot of Uchikomi for the young lads there, and some of them hit pretty hard. So yeah, I was definitely grateful for this. So yeah, there's a definite difference, but it's not to say, the only thing I would say is it's not to say that Vanguard's not protective. If you take the Vanguard, you compare it with your run of the mill sort of 4mm, or I was going to say 3mm, but I don't think anyone makes that anymore.
Yeah, it's hard to find.
So certainly you won't get it in Japan, but the like the 4mm or 5mm stuff, and it even that's totally different.
So I'm gonna say that maybe regular men, it's on a scale of 1 to 10, 5. Let's say it's a 5 protective, right? I'm gonna say that the Myrmidon, it's a 10. In my opinion, Myrmidon gets to a 10. So where does the Vanguard sit between that 5 and the 10?
Maybe like a 7.5, 8.
Okay, cool. I think that's the biggest visualization part that I get the question for, you know, because for me, like when I got this, man, I'm thinking like Andy should just only make this bogo. Like this is so good.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
Yeah, the thing is as you can see, because the stitching pattern's a little bit complicated, it's expensive to make.
Yeah, I can imagine. So there's a little bit of compromise on, you know, on the extra padding when it comes to the Vanguard, but again, any regular man will be less protective than this, so like it's still definitely very protective. Very comfortable. So my question, because listen, this bogu on its own, it's better than a lot of the bogus that I have taken to Shiai. And as a matter of fact,
Okay.
I feel that pretty much I only have gotten Shiai Kote. I got one Jisenkata set, whatever, but I hate it, so never use it. And I will feel pretty confident with taking the Myrmidon to a Shiai as well, right?
Yeah, you could. It's not heavy or cumbersome at all.
So you and your side, I was trying to set up the page so we could see the website at the same time we're talking, but I had a little bit of issue. But between this, you also have some all-purpose bogu. So how this all-purpose bogu compare to the Myrmidon? What is an all-purpose bogu?
Sure. So like like we use the word all-purpose to describe some of our sets, like the Victory, we call it an all-purpose set, because I didn't want to go down the Jisengata style sort of thing. That's probably from a protection point of view. If we're going back to that scale, I still think it's more protective than a regular Borga set, because we are using that hybrid stitching still, and because of the way it's done, it's not like it's rows of 3mm and then 6mm. It's not the same as just a 6mm set. Those rows of 3 pack the padding into those bumps of 6. So even then, I think that'd be, only a little bit behind. Definitely, 6.57, something like that. I don't have something that's comparable to your standard traditional Borga set that's out there, that they're selling in Japan. The problem is, right, I'll tell you one of the things, and I'm not going to go on a too big a rant about this, but having worked in the Borga industry now for whatever years it's been, the amount of Borga companies that are operated by people that have never lifted a shinai in their life is shocking. And I'm talking about big ones as well, big companies. All right. And I've worked for some of them. I'm not going to say who, but it wasn't a one in Kumamoto. So and they're sort of pushing and designing products, and they're thinking of it from a sales point of view. And yeah, even sometimes they might have staff that do kendo and sort of advise them a bit, but Japanese culture doesn't allow very well for staff members to question the boss. Yeah, so that becomes difficult, and then so that's why you have, like, traditionally you'd walk into a Borga shop, right? You've got a 5mm set, and you've got a 3mm set, and then you've got your hand stitched Borga, and that was laid out that way simply to make it easy for them to make a easy to line up product range that customers could just pick the one that they've got the right amount of money for. So that's what, when we're saying a standard Borga set, that's probably what we're talking about. One of those sort of 3mm or 5mm, and these days it's like 4mm, I think, is a bit more common. Whereas I didn't like that setup in the first place. So that's why probably we don't have Borga sets on our website that are sort of comparable to that. There's something special about all of our Borga sets, one way or another, because there's a reason why I've designed them the way that I have. So whether that's, some of them are more protective than others, but are any of them not protective? No. That's a non-negotiable point, right? Because the Borga exists to protect us. That's what Borga is. It's what it means. So it exists to be protective.
And going back, that your market is, the non-Japanese market, where we normally don't buy 10 sets of bogu, one for Shiai. This bogu set, most of us are going to use it at the dojo and in competition. So most people have one, and they might have an extra set of kote, and if they're really serious, they might have an extra men, right? And some people will have a couple of do because they like different colors. Yeah, of course.
Sure. But most people aren't, don't have 3 or 4 or 5 sets of Borga. So that's, what I wanted to do is I created a product line that has various types of burger, and there's something there, I think, for everybody, really. There's something there that for somebody that wants something that's a little bit more traditional, a little bit more all round, a little bit looks a bit like something that's sort of the traditional design. Something like the Victory, I think, is good for that, especially as you've got you can be subtle with the customization and the colors of it. You've got something that's for people that want something that's quite out there, something that looks a little bit unique with the double cross pitch stitching in the Camry. You've got things like the Vanguard series, basically, which is centered around being very protective and comfortable. And that's like the main backbone of our line, right? That's because that's the concept, really. So yeah, that's the shtick really with it. It's not like I say, it's a bit weird because I don't. When I first started this, I was always looking at other websites and other things. Like, oh, how do we fit in? How do we fit in? But I haven't looked at it for ages, so I couldn't even tell you what products they're selling at other places for the most part.
No, I feel like my feeling is that you have set up a lot of trends and on the way that you have.
It is funny actually how sometimes we'll put something out and then something very similar appears. I've seen that happen before.
I noticed, yes. Okay, so very, very important question, especially for those who are trying to take some of these sets for testing, right? There's always, as you mentioned a little bit, there's always a stigma on how one should look for tests and so on.
Yeah.
How do you see things going right now when it comes to, especially for, I guess, the Kodansha test, like the high level testing and this wider stitching?
Sure.
I'm guessing like what's it called? The idea that every judge had in the past, or maybe still has, is like, oh, you have to have your hand stitch bogu and so on to look like this. Give us a little bit of feedback of how you see things going.
I think that if the Shinsain, the judge, is looking at your bogu, they're looking at the wrong thing, other than looking at whether you're wearing it properly or not. Now, look, if you turn up there in a cheap bogu, you know, the ones with the black shiny stuff on them, yeah, sure. But look, if you're wearing it great and your kendo is rocking, then I can't see him saying you fail because you got cheap bogu on.
I see.
Do you know what I'm saying? Sorry. I don't think I don't think it's part of the criteria. It's the same as colored door. There's no way someone's failing the hachidan because they've got a colored door on.
I got you. The other one, I it's not that relevant, but I guess something too that sometimes maybe people think too much about. Synthetic kendo gi, right? Okay to test? Not okay?
Well, so they say you shouldn't really. I know this kind of goes against what I just said. And to be fair, look, I've seen people wear the synthetic stuff and pass the grading, even the high level. So, there's a fine line, all right, in the. There's when you start testing for the Kodansha, so 6th dan, 7th dan, 8th dan, one of the criteria says that you have to demonstrate that your kendo has some kind of hinkaku or hingi, which is like dignity. Okay? Now, that isn't to say that what you're wearing, whether that be your bogu or your uniform, influences your kendo in that way, but it can help. It can help with that presentation.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. So, I don't envisage ever wearing a hand-stitched bogu set again. Okay? I haven't worn one for years. I've had them, and I've had a few of different types. I don't envisage ever wearing one again. I think for my next grading, I'm sure for my next grading I'll wear a machine stitch set. I don't know which one yet. It'll probably be one with wide stitching, because I don't think they're looking at that. What'll matter is how I'm wearing it and whether I'm wearing it correctly or not, and if I'm wearing it in a dignified manner. For my kendogi and hakama, yeah, I'll probably wear a cotton one, because it doesn't have that sort of sort of synthetic style appearance that you do get. Even the very, very good synthetic kendogi don't look the same as a cotton one because you don't have the same color from the. It doesn't match the boga because it's not eyes on it.
I see.
So it looks. It's. You can't argue with the fact that a Izome Kendogi that isn't too faded looks nice.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. It looks good. So to say you shouldn't wear the synthetic Kendogi for the grading or Shia it would be wrong. It would be wrong to say that. Mm-hmm. But it would also be correct to say it looks better to wear a Izome Kendogi. Now, will you fail for wearing a synthetic one? I don't think so. I don't think that would be the reason that you failed. I don't think that would be the reason.
Yeah. It's just you don't want to have like negative points before starting your test, I guess, right? Yeah.
Look,
definitely.
It's the same as like I said. Look, I don't think they're going to look at the color of your door. Yeah. But if you wear one with cartoon characters on it, it's not necessarily presenting the best image.
Yes, totally.
For your attitude towards the test.
No, I like that. So thank you for sharing that. It's definitely, I think, something that gives a lot of.
I know it's a little bit of a contradiction in a way, but it isn't. It's like everything in Kendo. You just got to get a feel for which bits are the right one and which are the wrong one.
I was about to say the same thing. It's a contradiction, but it isn't, right? Like I know it's a feeling thing, I think. For me, I guess.
It is.
Okay, so I wanted to do something. I kind of want to tell you a little bit of my impressions on your material selections for the Myrmidon.
Cool.
And I wanna tell you what I think makes it work, and then you tell me what I miss. Sounds good?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Well, the first question is that because I didn't ask you before I made the video for the kote. So the Myrmidon kote, the lining inside of the kote is the same thing that you put for the inside of the men, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I could test. I could feel it and smell it too. It's the smell is pretty good. Okay, so especially for the international market, I think that your selection on having the synthetic leather, it's great because it gives that extra durability without the extra weight, and it dries so much quicker. I was, as I mentioned, I don't know how many times I'm gonna say it. Last month I was in Peru. It's very humid in Lima. I only took 2 pair of kote, and this one was always drying faster than the other kote, 100%. I love the upgrade you did with the white deer leather inside. It's my favorite. Yeah. And of course, and I mentioned this in the video, something that I personally don't like is the stitch machine palming, because it gives a little bit of a tense feeling at the beginning. It takes some time to... All I'm saying is when it's custom made, it's a better feel. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
So, but once I broke that down, once I was able to mold it, it's perfect fit. The sizing for my hand, it was perfect. So normally I'm somebody that I don't like the synthetic feeling or the cotton that they put on the inside of the atama of the kote, but I love how your shape, it's slick. It's you can't see it because I'm wearing a black shirt, but well, everybody can see it in the video. The kote, normally what I notice many companies when they do the synthetic filling, it looks like a balloon inflated, and this kote doesn't. This kote looks good. So maybe you're changing my mind from the deer leather, because normally I don't see this type of shape often on.
You're talking about the filling, right?
Correct.
The inside,
yes.
Yeah, instead of the deer hair. Yeah, I get that.
So normally this is what I get. I get this. As a matter of fact, I'm not gonna hold on.
Tell you what, let me answer this question that's in the chat now, because the chat's going. So about the you that's going at 2 a.m. Asking if we'll get 37 Nito oval grips. We will get them on.
Down out there.
I'm sorry, I'm just answering one of the questions in the chat here.
Go ahead.
We are looking at introducing Nito oval grip Daito Shinai to the website. We can get them, send us an email and we'll sort you out. It's a difficult product to add because everybody that does Nito seems to like a slightly different type of Shinai. So it's a bit of been a bit of a challenge for us to add one. But just send us an email, we'll sort you out a bit, okay? And to Dave there in the chat, yes, I will be at the Mameshi, which is now tomorrow because we're now at Friday here in the UK. Yes, I will be there.
Awesome. And hey,
Sorry,
by the way,
on.
Avi's a friend of mine, so treat him right.
No problem, no problem.
Okay, so what I was gonna say, so this is a kote that I got, a cheap kote that I got, just to, like I said, told you, I'm doing a little bit of research between repairing and you see, like, this is it looks like a balloon. It looks like I don't know, like a So and that synthetic feeling. And normally this has been my experience, but the way that you have made this kote, I love the feeling. And again, it really was helpful to bring this down to Peru because they were able to dry very quickly. The men, again, superb protection. Let me just get this out of here. Superb protection. It's like the color and everything. It works. The filling, the shape, everything just comes out so nicely. So very well thought out on the stitching change. I really appreciate this work in here. I was going to ask you. So normally, this the leather reinforcements here are
it's called the Mimikawa. The Mimikawa,
and
this part.
Correct. So this part right there, synthetic leather, real leather. What is this?
It's here right now. This is Kurozan. So this is the same thing that they normally make a domine from.
Okay. Okay. Very nice.
So that's why it's like a black sort of shiny stuff, right?
Okay.
It's the same stuff on the domine. It's leather. It's cow leather.
Cool. And my favorite feature
on this particular Boga set. Some of the other sets we use use the synthetic or the real deer skin. So depends on the design.
Cool.
It doesn't make a big difference though.
Yeah, this spot I think it's not a big difference. One thing, and I'm gonna maybe ask you just because I had a man that, you know, this leather piece that attaches
the tojikawa or the kannuki, it's called,
so I actually had a men that broke here in both of them.
Yeah, occasionally happens.
Okay, so this is normally, you think that's attributed for anything specific that I'm doing in my practice, or is just something that... Okay, perfect.
It's just, you know, at the end of the day, you keep hitting it with the shinai. It is a slight weak point on them, on the design of the men, not our men, the men. But it doesn't happen so often, and it can be repaired actually.
Okay.
It's not a difficult one to repair.
Nice.
There's some stuff that's really hard to repair. Like some people come to me and say, "Oh, the mengane bent or something, or whatever, or the membuchi or something came off or something like that." That's hard to repair because the whole thing has to be taken apart.
Okay, I understand.
But with this, they can replace that part there.
Okay. Now the last one, and it's one of my favorite pieces, is the tare. I really love the, you know, like the double design to match up the men on the tare.
It's the gakuzashi, it's called,
The gakuzashi? Okay, I really enjoy it. So I feel that this also, you know, makes it a little bit nicer to wear because it definitely matches up the whole set.
Yeah, that's a feature that they have a lot on, they used to have a lot on hand-stitched boga. Like wider stitched hand-stitched sets, like Tubu or something like that, often uses the gakuzashi design. I've always thought it looked cool, so and I thought this would be a perfect set to put it on, because you keep a bit of the protection on the tare panel whilst the surrounding tighter stitching keeps it moldable. So it's kind of a bit of a best of both worlds situation.
Nice. It does make it more comfortable. I feel like it makes the tare very easy to wear. So I don't know, did I miss anything from all your material selection from the book?
No, the only things I'd say is the stuff that we put on the inside of the kote and in the uchiwa, it's a reasonably new material. It's not super groundbreaking. Again, there's plenty. It's been around in the boga industry for a while. It's a material called sill lead, or shirurido in Japanese. It's made by Toray. It's a company in Shiga Prefecture, and yeah, it's like an antibacterial like synthetic velvet. The kote palms being white deerskin, real deerskin. I love that too. That's why I chose to do it. And I wanted to make the set a little bit of an upgrade over the original Vanguard, and I wanted to upgrade the kote more than just the futon. I just love that white deerskin palms. I'm going to be controversial here. I'm not a fan of the smoked deerskin palms. I can't be doing with the smell. I don't hate the smell, but I don't love the smell, right? And what I don't like is going to Keiko and for the next 3 days smelling that on my hands. So that's why I've kind of stuck with the white. I've always preferred the white. I think it feels a bit softer.
Yes,
and
totally.
I think it's at least as durable, if not a bit more. So I'm happy with the white too. So yeah, I think that's pretty much
the white
all I'd say.
deerskin is definitely a great addition in every bogu set. If anybody asks me, I think that if on all the Vanguard sets, if you can afford this one, I think you should always go for this one. It's I mean, for me, it's a no-brainer, especially coming from having a non-extra protective set. For me, I feel very comfortable because the whole bogu is light, and not light to the point where you're gonna feel like you're wearing paper and it just flies around. No,
Of course.
It's light as in like the weight is on the places where it should be, and everything just works very well. Okay, so I think we cover all of the bogu parts that I wanted to talk about. Let me see. We talked a little bit about machine stitch and hand stitch. You know, I personally, I think I agree with you in the same that, you know, I don't see the point on hand stitch, given.
To be honest with you, I think the the days of hand stitch bogu are numbered.
Yeah.
I think in probably 10 years time, it will be very rare indeed. It's very hard to make good quality hand stitched boga these days. Very, very hard. So yeah, I think it's sadly for the industry in a way. It's sad to see the back of it, but the fact is that machine stitch boga is a rival to it in pretty much every way now. And yeah, you end up paying a premium for something that is not making a huge difference. So the popularity is obviously kind of dropping in turn, which makes the demand, with the demand going, it makes it harder for us to keep the wheels turning on that side of the industry. And when I say we, I don't mean Kendo Star, I mean the boga industry. It's a shame, but I think hand stitched is on the way out, and I think we only have one hand stitch set on our website. It's a beautiful set, Kanzetsu. It's really nice. It's pricey, it's expensive because it's hard to get.
Yeah.
And if I'm honest with you, it probably won't be there for a long time now, because it's not just that it's well, one of the problems with it is because it is difficult to sort of source the material. It's not so much the materials, it's the craftsmanship.
Yeah.
The lead time on these things are absolutely crazy.
I got you.
So we've got I won't give too much away, but we've got a new line of very premium boga coming out next year that's going to be kind of sort of taking the place of the hand stitched range.
Breaking news, everybody! Get ready. Start saving your money.
Yeah.
And use the code.
I'll be honest with you. It's not going to be cheap, but it's there to take for the people that in the past would have wanted the highest quality hand stitch stuff, the stuff that's going to step in place of that. And there's interest. It's going to be fun. That there's going to be some fun news coming with that. It's an interesting thing that's coming. So watch this space for that.
That's cool. That's cool. We can't wait for that to drop. Quick question though. Now that we're talking about a little bit about sales, are you gonna be doing a Thanksgiving Black Friday sale coming soon?
It's already on. It's already
on. Okay, cool.
Yeah. It's every day is Black Friday.
Nice. Okay, everybody, you
so
should check
it's already
website.
there. The deals that we've got on there, we've done our best to. We've always got deals on at Kendo Star. To be fair, I'm always trying to keep something. They rotate in and out. Usually, we're doing our best to. We're in a good rhythm with the Vanguard and the V2, and to some extent the Myrmidon. The Myrmidon comes in and out of sale, because it's all based on our stock levels.
Yeah, of course.
In terms of that, and how we've been able to secure the best rates in shipping them over from the workshop in order to offer them at the lower price, or whether we've been able to get a better price from our workshop because we've ordered them in bulk or something like that. These are all factors that help us put something on offer or not. Usually we've got a good thing going on the Vanguard and the V2 because we've got into a good rhythm of that now. Nice. But our other sets, they tend to come in and out of offer, but we've always got some on. So it might be that this month we've managed to work out with the workshop that we're going to really try and send them a lot of orders for the Sentinel, so they're going to give us a little bit of a discount on it, and then we can pass that on. That's the way we do it. And yeah, for the sort of Black Friday thing, we've got that going right now. I think we've got quite a lot on there, to be honest. We've got quite a lot of deals on with Borger, Shinai, and the uniforms too.
Cool. Awesome.
There's some stuff you'll never see on sale because we never get offers on it. We never do it. Like Tenagri or Tsuba or those little stuff, Chichikawa. The price they are is the price they are. There's because they don't give us we don't get a good deal on those.
I got you. So I'm gonna say first of all, everybody. So I'm sorry I'm skipping a lot of questions. Sometimes kind of hard to see when the question happened between getting caught up with the conversation. So I tried to go back to read up. So
yeah, that's fine.
Steve asked
we can catch
question.
up with some if you want quickly. There
was a question there.
Yeah.
It can also match up with one of the questions that I had here. So I was going to ask you, what is your current goal for Kendo? But he also phrased it like how your priorities have changed over time from the double KC era for you into nowadays, between family, work, and so on. So I don't know if you can just drop a little bit of knowledge when it comes to that.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. It's a difficult one. It's been a really interesting journey the last 5 or 6 years from when I stepped down from competing properly. I kind of, I started to wind down after the Worlds in Tokyo. I went into another Euros after that, just once. I did all right in it, but I didn't. That was about the time after it was shortly after the Tokyo Worlds that I set up Kendo Star and I broke away, and I was very much concentrating on that rather than getting to the dojo every day. I'd moved away from Kumamoto. In Kumamoto, I was practicing maybe 7, 8, 9 times a week, whereas once I moved down to Fukuoka, my whole Kendo dynamic changed massively. My daughter had started Kendo. My second daughter started Kendo. A lot of my Kendo life was going to the dojo with her. I'd become a Kendo teacher, like one of the dojo's official teachers. So I wasn't getting the same like hardcore Shiai practice. Suddenly I was having to teach Kendo to kids and high school kids, which is cool, but very different, very, very different. Went to 1 Euros after that because I was, I wasn't geared up to it in the same way. Still did all right, I think, if I remember right. It was in Macedonia. And then after that, I realized I can't really keep this on at the age that I was at with everything else going on in my life. So that's when I was like a few years into 5th Dan at that point. So I decided to focus on the business, focus back on the family, focus on my daughter's Kendo more than my own. a little bit, and then start working towards trying to figure out what I had to do for Rokudan. And yeah, then move back to the UK. And obviously, when I moved back to the UK, then it was totally different Kendo environment again. So yeah, my priorities changed a lot from that. Now my priorities are very different. I'm not nearly as an active competitor as I was. I haven't been in a Shiai for maybe 3 years now. Obviously, with the whole pandemic stuff, there hasn't been any.
That's...
You know, otherwise I'd have probably been in one or two. But like maybe next year I might do one or two. But I'm not like a competitor in a serious way as I was before. I got involved with coaching the national team for a bit. That was a great thing. I enjoyed that. So that became part of my priority. I guess getting more involved in helping other people and sort of conveying my experience. I realized that I've been really blessed that I've had some experiences that some people will never get access to. So, having the ability to kind of pass that on as much as possible has become a massive part of what I'm doing in one respect. Whilst at the same time, I've got this sort of big looming shadow over me that is 7th Dan.
Oh, yes. How many more years you have for that?
2? Just less than 2.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Nice.
So, what I got in 2018, December 2018.
Okay. So,
what does that put me to? 2024, but realistically, it's going to be 2025 before there's a 7th Dan exam that comes around that I'll be able to go for.
Yeah.
So,
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess that's where I'm at now. Obviously, I'm trying to trying to keep, obviously spin all the plates that need spinning to keep our business functioning. The business is massively grown since I started it. Obviously, I've now got a team of staff. It's not just me, like it was in the beginning. Making sure everything's running smoothly, but at the same time, making sure that I'm not just trying to run a business, but I'm actually keeping grounded with the original concept of the business, which was to help and increase Kendo around the world. So yeah, I guess that's the thing. Things have changed a lot, and I'm still working out. To be honest. I still have these sort of mini crises at times of like, what should I be doing? Am I doing this right? Am I doing enough kick, or am I getting to the dojo enough? Maybe I should do more. Maybe I should travel more. Maybe I should do this or that. And of course, that's something that I'm looking at and dealing with all the time. So
we'll struggle with this. Yeah. So I have Kevin is asking a question about Tenouchi. I'm guessing he's asking us to kind of share a little bit of our thoughts on that. Maybe we can answer this question as we go into the how can we improve our Kendo section of the stream. So I don't know, can you give us a little bit of your thoughts on...
Sure. So there's different ideas. I can see Kevin's question there about flicking or snapping the wrist or squeeze the wrist like a wet large towel. I've never really bought into that sort of towel or sort of rice cloth or tea cloth or whatever. There's loads of different ways of, this squeezing the towel thing. Like, it's not right. You don't do it like that in my book. All right. I was very, very lucky in my early days of Kendo before I moved out to Japan. When I was sort of still active in the British team in the UK, we had a very famous sensei from Japan come to teach us, Chiba Masashi sensei, very famous Jordan sensei.
Yeah.
And I was really struck by his Tenouchi. And it burned an image into my mind about the way he achieved good tenouchi, his wrists were so flexible. And I think this is probably one of the reasons that I don't like the towel analogy, is because I think that makes you think about tenouchi with the fingers, when for me tenouchi is really in the wrists. It's about am I on the camera?
Yeah,
this
yeah.
this action, not this action. This is stiff.
Yes.
This is the tenouchi. Of course, there's a squeeze at the same time, like this. Yeah. When you strike, you squeeze the shinai as well to get that snap this way. But it is that wrist flexibility here that is where the tenouchi comes from, because a strike in kendo to be a valid yuko datotsu, a valid strike, has to have tsuyosa to sae, so strength, power, and sae, sharpness, crispness, and that's where it comes from. It's not strength from your muscles.
Yeah.
It's strength from the speed that you manage to generate in the kensen through your tenouchi this way. It's difficult. It takes a lot of practice, and I personally think one of the best ways to improve it is suburi.
Nice.
Really concentrate on it in your suburi.
And I think was it recently that you put videos as well on suburi, right? Because I know you have an old one as well. Day. I know you have an old one, but I think you recently put one. I think from the seminar that you led.
Yeah.
Right?
So I did a seminar in the UK recently, and I just put a clip. I basically had my daughter running around with my iPhone and filming it, and because I had a microphone hooked up to a speaker so everyone could hear.
Nice.
But I had it also hooked up on a recorder, so I was recording so you could hear what I was saying when we come back to put the videos up. So yeah, that was just a short segment, on the suburi that we did at the seminar, and it's exactly what I was talking about. It's about getting that speed in the shinai, so that the strike has sharpness and that snap to it, so that it can be a valid ippon.
For me, my experience when it comes to people trying to improve their tenouchi, I feel that people kind of just want to get an immediate result, and they don't take the time to break it down and slow down themselves so they can understand. Not so they can understand, because maybe everybody hearing you right now, they can understand what tenouchi is and they can put an image in their head, but your body doesn't understand it immediately. So you need to give it time.
Of course.
So my advice on tenouchi right now, adding to what Fisher Sensei is saying, is to make sure that
Andy's fine, honestly.
I know, but I'm just saying it for the Kendo context. No, just to make sure that you slow yourself down and you try to let your body understand it. Even what I personally do, especially when I'm trying to learn something new, is I break down the elements. So I spent, I can tell you, probably hours just stretching my hands, just hitting a towel, right? Just to understand how to get that slow, soft, or whatever. Just get that under your belt and then implement your kendo.
I think one thing that's really difficult, I think a lot of people struggle with, is this. Yeah, this shape. Okay. Men. You have to be able to extend your wrist in kendo. Okay, like this. Obviously, this isn't gonna work. This is like you would hit with a hammer.
Yeah.
But it's this part, and it's not obviously as stiff as what I'm demonstrating. I'm doing it so that you can see the extension in my wrist here, but this extension here is important, and you'll never accomplish this if you don't grip the shinai properly. If you grip the shinai from the side this way, of course your wrist can't extend in that way. It has to be gripped this way so that extension can be achieved. So it's to do with how you grip the shinai as well.
Yes, it's very important to get that flexibility. There's three main elements that normally I've been trying to focus on my videos for better kendo. Has to be like flexibility, speed, flexibility, and control, right? Because maybe sometimes people want to put a lot of speed on it, but they don't really have control. They cannot really move the sword. So anyway, so that what you said kind of covers is the secret to have all these elements in your kendo.
Sure.
So any recommendations for daily routines of exercises that we should keep in mind trying to develop our kendo?
So I saw this question on your list. And all right, there's I'll tell you something, right? This is probably going to be a bit of a shock, or like I've said this to people before and they've sort of audibly gasped at it. But I never do suburi at home. I never do it, and I probably should. My wife often kind of berates me about it. My wife is one of my most influential kendo teachers, by the way. My wife's been doing kendo since she was 6 years old, she's because she's the one that like doesn't care about hurting my feelings. So like she just tells the truth. She does care about hurting my feelings, but she cares more about me getting better results out of my kendo. So for the most part, I don't do a lot of training at home. And whenever someone asks me what the best training they can do at home is, I tell them Mitori Geiko. Because that's what I've done. That's what I did from the beginning. I bought that DVD from the Zenkennen, and since then I've just gone crazy on YouTube since that's been a thing. And I've just watched kendo, and I've watched it, and I've watched it, and I've watched it, and I've watched my kendo. I take my video, my phone to my weekly keigo. I stick it on a tripod, especially as I don't have a regular sensei right now. Film myself, and I use my eyes. I use my eyes and my brain, and I try and form a great image of the kendo that I want to do. And then I go and try and do it now, and then I film that and see how close I was to doing that. Now, I've said that, I should do suburi too. So I'm not saying don't do suburi, all right? I'm not saying that, but what I am saying is I'd rather you spend 15 minutes, half an hour on YouTube watching the best kendoka in the world and learning what kendo should look like than spending half an hour doing 500 or 600 suburi that might not necessarily achieve as much in the same time.
Yeah,
that's pretty much it. The only thing I'd add to that that is a physical thing that you can do, and I think this is one thing that will help with the suburi thing too, is let me get a little bokuto. Hang on. This is a tiny little bokuto I have, right?
Nice.
One thing you can do. This is an exercise a sensei in Japan showed me, and I found it really useful. Is I've done this on videos before, but you can take a shinai and you can start with a shinai, and work your way up from a shinai to a bokuto, and then if you've got like a suburito, like a heavy one, or you can put weights on, do it with that as well. And then what you want to do is you want to drop to gedan from chudan, take your right hand away, and with your left hand only, so we can get this on the camera here, with the left hand, so you're in gedan, on left hand only, bring it up to chudan, and back down to gedan, up to chudan, down to gedan. You're in gedan, up to chudan, this way, right? And do that like 10 times, 20 times, till it's starting to get a little, not painful, but still when you start to feel the strain stop, because you do too much, your wrists are pretty delicate.
Yeah.
And work your way up. And what that will do, it will develop, and you could do it on the right side too, actually. But what you've really got to concentrate on is you don't lift your elbow when you move from gedan to chudan. You're doing it all with your wrist, not lifting with your elbow this way. That's a great exercise to build strength in your wrist in order to get that snap in your tenuchi.
It's very interesting and very useful. This solves, I think, a big problem that many beginners have, that when they want to lift their sore, they end up using just their shoulders to bring it up, and
Yeah.
the sword comes
Yeah.
stiff. You obviously need to use also your wrist.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this helps
Definitely.
a lot understanding this.
Definitely.
So good
Definitely.
good Kendo tip, Andy. Thank you. Somebody's asking if your accent is Welsh.
No, it's not. It's Northwest English, so it's I'm actually suppressing it a little bit. So I've got into the habit of suppressing it, but yeah, I do have an accent, but it's not a Welsh one.
That's cool. That's cool. Okay, so normally as I mentioned before, I'm big on preventing injuries and always staying healthy. So anything that you recommend for us to do outside of the dojo, especially for those of us who don't have many sessions a week, things like this,
Yeah.
to keep ourselves safe from injury, fit enough, and
I think that's a good thing, good question. Someone asked me this in one of my videos the other day, I think. And again, there's a couple of things. I look at it in the, again, as I said a bit earlier, I've got no medical sort of knowledge or training or whatsoever. All right, so take whatever I'm saying here with a massive pinch of salt, because I'm not a doctor or a physio or anything like that. But in my experience, there's two types of. I separate the injuries in Kendo into two main categories: preventable ones and inevitable ones. And it's especially if you train a lot, like at a very competitive level. Like say, when I was in Japan, I was training 7-8 times a week. There's inevitable injuries that happen to your body. All right, things like tennis elbow, things like wrist pain. Yeah, I don't know somebody that's done Kendo for a long time that hasn't experienced tennis elbow to some extent. Wrist issues, ankle issues, knee issues, shoulder issues. These are all kind of common, and I think you can do your best to prevent them by trying to train yourself, train your muscles and your ligaments, tendons, whatever's in there to be strong and to cope with the stress that you're putting them under. But there's going to be a point where you train to the amount where wear and tear happens. Something's and you experience pain, and all you can do is try to rest it out before you make it worse. And sometimes I'm not encouraging this at all, but sometimes you can't do that as well, especially you're a week before the World Championships, you got wrist pain. You aren't sitting on your hands and not doing anything, but anyway, that's what it is. But there's obviously preventable injuries as well. I've experienced those too. I've torn both of my both my calves preventably. I shouldn't have done. I had the warning signs the first time I did it. Didn't feel right. I'd been at the gym. I'd been practicing maybe 5 times that week already. I could feel it wasn't quite right, but I also couldn't let them all do Ichikomi without me. So it went in the middle. All right. Yeah, I should have recognized the signs, listened to my body, and said not today, and sat away from it. But and I did the same with the other one. Shortly after, came back to the UK, not been training like I had been before, come down to the British squad, like I say, just started as a member of the coaching team at that point, and got frustrated with the way they were all doing it. It was like, right, I'll show these lads. And that didn't end well either. So that sort of thing's preventable, is understanding and listening to your body a little bit. If it's not quite right, just self-assessing a little bit and making sure of that. But also trying to take care of yourself. Try to look after your body, try to keep in shape. Especially as you get older, you have to care about what you eat, stuff like that. definitely has an impact. Definitely has an impact.
Totally.
And yeah, I think that's all we lay people can do, really, because you know, like I say, I don't have education in that sort of thing. Into otherwise, I'm sure if you got a physiotherapist on here, they give you all sorts of things that you could do. But
Yeah.
I think the main common sense stuff is about in that area.
So I'm gonna chime in a little bit on this. Again, I'm not a physical therapist or anything like that. I did have the luck because my field of work has always had me in some type of connection with medical field. So I became friends with chiropractors and therapists and so on.
Cool.
And a lot of times we put emphasis in curative medicine, right? We always wait for a problem to happen and then we take care of it. But you know, as you said, our body gives us signs. So try to do some preventative care where you take care of these things before. So for example, for me,
Yeah.
I have lower back issues, so I have to take care of my body first, always. So I encourage everybody to, you know, to like do research within a health professional and you know, take care of your body because we need you to
Yeah.
do more kendo.
And I'd say as well for anyone else that's sort of been in the position I have, where you've been very competitive, you've been at a point where you've been doing kendo every day, and you know you've been really pushing yourself in your younger years, and then you step away from that, and then I don't know, you suddenly decide you're going to hit the gym for the first time in 6 months. You got to take that slow.
Yes,
right? Because
yes.
trust me, I've done that. You know, couple of years ago when everything was closed, dojos were closed and everything. When they finally opened the gyms, dojos couldn't open yet, and I threw myself in there and I tried to make up for all the time I'd lost. And then the next day it was like I'd been hit by a bus and I couldn't even lift like, you know, like a bag of shopping or something. I couldn't, you know, never mind the shinai. So, you know, you gotta be sensible.
I'm actually working with a friend right now that he's a personal trainer as well. And every time that I have to take a long trip, every time I come back, he puts me in recovery exercises rather than the regular routines, right? So it's very important to make sure that you come back safely. MMR is asking, what's your favorite go-to snack before practice?
I don't eat before practice if I can help it. I don't eat before practice if I can help it. But if I do, it'd be like a banana.
Yeah, it will be something small. For me, if I'm very hungry, whatever's available, but I am with Andy too. Like I don't normally eat before.
Like
before
practice. I usually take a bunch of bananas or two to a shiai. Because you don't know how long it is till your shiai, right?
Yes.
You know.
And I don't eat the food they give me until after I'm done competing. So I don't.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe we can do a couple of like quick, fast question if people just send a couple questions like that. But Ben is asking.
I've seen a couple in
beer.
here as well. I'll quickly tell some of the people some of these answers too, if you want. There's a couple I saw that was someone asked me advice for Ikkyu. Do Fumikomi and you'll pass. Do Fumikomi and you'll pass. That's the only advice you need for Ikkyu. In terms of what paint do you use to repair the membuchi, any gloss black paint will do, especially like an enamel paint, like they use for little models, like aeroplane models, airfix kits we call them in the UK. They've got a brand called Humbrol. It's little metal pots of gloss enamel paint. That's good. Or you can get metal paint for outdoors. You can get from the hardware store. That'll do. And you could even get away with using black nail polish. Don't use a marker pen though; it'll look rubbish. Let's see. There was another one. That was the Tenuchi. Somebody said somewhere, I remember seeing, if you're allowed to use the full black membuchi in Shiai. Yes, you can. There's no rule. Yeah, there's no rule against that, except in Japan for junior high school students. The Junior High School Sports Federation doesn't allow black membuchi. It also doesn't allow different coloured suru on the shinai, and it doesn't allow different coloured chichikawa or tsuba. That's just that federation for junior high school students. There's some similar ones for high school students, but adults, there's no such thing. Any plans for another seminar that I did? Sort of. I will do one at some point, but I don't know when. I haven't fully decided yet. It's not the sort of seminar you do very regularly, otherwise people won't get the most value out of it. And then somebody said, I did see another one, other than if I'm Welsh or not. Does my isokuito no mai shorten with age? And how do you manage to adapt it? Yeah, I think it naturally shortens with age. And I'll be honest, and this is something that I've been told throughout my Kendo career, my isokuito has always been reasonably short. I've not been the person that hits from Toma. I'm not a very tall person. But yeah, I definitely think it does shorten with age. That's why you'll see these senseis, they don't hit from miles away. And how you manage with that, I don't know. I'll let you know in 10 or 15 years. Favorite beer after practice? I don't drink beer. But drink water after practice. I need a lot of water. But in terms of alcoholic drink, I usually drink. What do I normally drink? I'll drink wine, or I'll drink whiskey, or I'll drink gin. Nice. And rum too. I like rum too.
Oh, okay. Nice. So now we know what
last
to bring.
Last one there says, do I have any other hobbies other than Kendo? Yes, I do.
Which? Because you know he's gonna ask later that.
So Kendo's not a hobby for a start. So I do have hobbies. I say it's not a hobby. It's not a hobby for me, right? Obviously. I play Warhammer. I like Warhammer. Do you know Warhammer?
I do. Yeah. I do know Warhammer. Yes.
Yeah. It's something I got back into when I moved back to the UK. So yeah,
that's cool.
I do that basically, and I like video games too.
Nice. Maybe we should play some together sometime.
Yeah.
So now that we talk about Kendo not being a hobby, and we being, I always in my videos I always label myself Kendo addict, right?
Yeah.
So I think you and I know another big Kendo addict, and it's you mentioned today the word Shugyo, right? And you're the second non-Japanese person that I have heard this word from. Can you guess who the first person? I think it's a friend of ours.
It sounds like something either I can think of two people that would use that word.
Okay.
It's gonna either be, they're both very good friends of mine. It's either gonna be George or Alec.
It is George, yes.
It's George, yes. George, okay.
So I think maybe that word kind of probably could have gone a lot over so many people's heads, because a lot of times our knowledge Japanese is very limited. So can you please just share a little bit with us about Shugyo?
Yeah, Shugyo is basically like a journey, right? Journey. It means it's like the Shugyo from Shugyo, the shu from Shugyo is if I'm correct, is like journey, journey kind of, and then the gyo is kind of like work, right? So it's like a journey of work or a journey of effort. And in a Kendo sense, it's like everything that you do in order to kind of pursue the way of the sword, the sword road, the Ken no Michi. Yeah, Ken, sword, no Michi is the Michi is door. So Kendo, the walking down the road of Kendo is your Shugyo. And that manifests itself in lots of different ways, of course. It can be hard training, lots of training. It can be study, it can be mitori geiko, it can be self-training, it can be what we're doing right now, it can be talking about Kendo and developing both Kendo together and with everyone else that's joining us tonight. It's it manifests in lots of different ways. It's not one single thing. it's anything, in my opinion, it's anything that you do that even in the smallest possible way helps you take steps down that road, you know.
I got you. I got you. Cool. Yeah, I think it's very important because maybe we're familiar with this concept, but many times people, especially when they're starting kendo, they haven't really picked this up, and it's something very easy to kind of just skip by.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, that being said,
It's a deep concept, right? It's a deep concept, and let's face it, right? The fact of the matter is, for 70-80% of the population of people, especially outside of Japan, and I say that because Japan's a little bit of a different ecosystem when it comes to kendo.
yeah,
They kendo is a once a week hobby, and that's fine. That's fine, all right? They do kendo on a Monday, and like Sensei Vaz used to say, Sensei Vaz in the UK, he used to say kendo on a Monday, ballroom dancing on a Tuesday, something else on a Wednesday, and that's fine. There's no problem with that. Or no, but it'd be wrong, and it's difficult. It's difficult as a teacher, kendo teacher, to remember that, and to remember not everybody is invested in kendo as you are.
yes,
But that doesn't necessarily mean that their journey is less valid, if that makes sense. It just, of course, how far they can progress down that is limited. That's a natural fact, right? Nobody that practices kendo once a week gets hachidan, right? I mean, some of them do, but they didn't always practice once a week. That's what I mean. Do you know what I'm saying?
yes.
But as long as everybody understands that's the situation, then sure, that's also a perfectly valid way of taking your own shugyo, as it were, as well. But that's that's different for each individual.
Cool. Augusto is asking something that I feel like maybe it's a question that a lot of people we live this, and maybe we don't notice it. Sometimes we go to a seminar and we don't know how much knowledge we're missing out just because we're not ready to receive this information. So he's asking, what do you feel it will be the best thing he could do to kind of get ready for a seminar, or what should he do to get the best out of it?
Yeah, I can see that. It says the best out of it. And what do I expect from someone who is attending a seminar? I think the best thing you can do to get the most out of it, first of all, is approach it with an open mind. Because it's very easy to unwillingly enter a seminar or a similar sort of thing with a mind that's more closed than you realize. It's very easy to close up when you hear something put to you that is unfamiliar, or at least seems unfamiliar. I've seen it a lot where people have been told something or heard the teachings from a seminar and have reacted, kind of a knee-jerk reaction almost. Well, my sensei says this, and well, such and such a sensei said that, or well, this says that, or something like that. And it's not really the best way to approach it, because for several reasons. One, the likelihood is that they're not saying something different.
Yeah.
They're just saying something similar in a different way or from a different point of view. The other thing is, and this is something that I've talked about a lot recently on my channel, is that not everything that's said to you in Kendo is a set in stone commandment, right? So there's a lot of gray areas in Kendo, and there's certain things that seem contradictory, like we mentioned earlier about what you should wear for a grading, for example, that actually aren't. It's just that when something's said in one context doesn't mean that it applies to every other context in Kendo.
Yeah.
And it's difficult to understand that, and it's easy to feel like you're being told conflicting information. So the first thing I definitely say is be open, listen to what you're taught, and if whoever's teaching the seminar says something or teaches you in a different way, go with it. Do it, try it. If you like it, keep it. If you don't, move on. That's fine. Yeah. But at least try it. Because you don't know. All right.
Cool.
I think that's the best thing to do. And that answers the second question. That's what I would expect from anyone that attends a seminar too. Because you go in there to learn, not to question. And when I say question, I don't mean not ask questions. I mean, you're not going there to challenge.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a very big difference.
You go in there to learn. Yeah. So try to be an open book and then take from it what you will. And if there's something that you feel is contradictory, especially to what you're taught in your own dojo, take it back with you. Ask your sensei, I was at this seminar, sensei actually explained about this and said this and this. And what are your thoughts on that, sensei? How does that fit in with what you've taught us? Is it different, or could you give us a bit more advice? And you know, maybe they'll say, yeah, that's different to what I think. Or they might say, no, that's a different way to do. I prefer this way. Or they just might say, yeah, we're saying the same thing, just in different ways.
And sometimes it can be confusing because we might get, and as you said, many different information, but everybody's trying to say the same thing. I know many people kind of get confused because one person, even in the same dojo, when you have more than one person acting as sensei, one sensei will say, focus on your footwork, and then the other person might say, you're hitting too light. But then maybe...
Crikey, yeah. I mean, we have it in my dojo. In my dojo, we have it really like hardcore, because the senseis in my dojo is me and my wife, and like we think the same about kendo in general. Right, but not in the minutia, and that's where sometimes we have these sort of clashes in the way that we're trying to run a dojo cohesively and give this appearance in a way that we're on the same page, and we think the same about kendo. We both think the same thing about what makes good kendo or what is correct and stuff like that. We just might have slightly different ideas about how to take someone from A to B, because we've both had very, very different experiences in getting to where we're up to. So yeah, that's another factor, of course. And it's not that either of us is wrong. It's not that either of us is wrong. You know, I might say, let's focus on getting these guys into getting to where the borg is so they can get to do kirikaishi, and Miyuki might be more like, no, we need to keep them doing ashtabaki. And neither of these are wrong, right?
Yes,
neither of these are wrong. It's just, okay, well, where's this going to work for everyone, you know?
Cool. Yeah, and it happens a lot, but for example, for me, I always understood that everybody has good intentions, and I do have to
of course
take this and put it to where I'm at right now on my personal journey as well.
I think that's a really important point you make there, actually, is that everyone does have good intentions. You know, I've been at seminars where people got mad because this isn't the kata that I was shown. In my dojo, they showed the kata this way and all this. It's like, well, what are you getting mad about? You know, this person's not trying to teach you wrong, so you're going to fail your grading or something. It's not coming from a place of, you know, of bad intentions. It's just there's different ways, you know. So I think that's a really important thing to remember is that you know, I do not think people are doing anything from a bad point of view.
Yeah, totally. Okay, I have this one that might be relatable to a lot of us, especially outside of Japan, and it's a little bit of self-training formats. And what I mean by this is that what would you recommend? Maybe a lot of us, maybe we go and nobody shows up the dojo, so we have to do something for ourselves. Or maybe, again, we don't have enough practices, but we want to do something, so maybe we have a little space. I have a little bit of a floor that I can do ashtabaki and suburi. What would you recommend for us to kind of get into a routine, or not a routine, but some ideas of self-improvement when we're ourselves? Yeah.
Yeah. Um, well, I I think the best thing you can do is um, if you have the space to do suburi, obviously it's worth doing. If you have the time and space to do it, what I would very much urge though is that you don't focus on the number. I think that's something that is overly emphasized. Is I'm going to do 1,000 suburi. So what? You know, what you have to do is you have to try to do suburi that benefit your kendo, whether that's 10, 50, or 500. Doesn't matter about how many you do. It's that each one has a net benefit to the goal that you're trying to achieve. It doesn't mean how many you can burn through. The person, I'll tell you something interesting. It's not. It's a slight kind of like different thing. Bit of a tangent, but someone I know was the All Japan high school champion, and her mum was really frustrated with her. Her older sister was also the high school champion, and the younger sister was very different in her kind of attitude towards kendo than her older sister. Her older sister, my kids are like this too, actually. The older sister, very, very, you say majime in Japanese, like very serious, very applied, does the best. Younger sister, much more lazy. Tries to get out of going, tries when sensei is not looking, slacks off, this sort of thing. And she won the All Japans though. And her mum got real mad about it. How can you do that? It's not fair to your sister that you don't bother putting the effort in. You don't even go to every training, and yet you still win. It's not fair. And she said, "You know what, Mum?" She said, "If it was about how many times I went to training, the person who went to the most trainings would always win." And that I thought was a really kind of poignant thing.
Yes.
Because it's not just about how many times you repeat something. Repetition's important in kendo, right? Practice and repetition. You have to do it. You do. But it's not about just the number. It's about the quality of what you're doing and how it is actually benefiting your kendo. So whether you're gonna spend half an hour, 2 hours, maybe in the dojo by yourself or in a place in your apartment where you've got some space, doing suburi or just ashisabaki, anybody, anyone, even the high level senseis will benefit from just ashisabaki, one forward, one back, one forward, one back, and not one forward, one back, like this. We're focusing on that, focusing on this going quickly, so that you feel it in your legs when you're doing it. And same then, okay, let's try it with the suburi as well. Am I really focusing as I do this? Is my shinai moving quickly and my left foot coming up quickly? And is this whole movement happening in the ichibyoshi, the one rhythm?
Yeah.
That is actual kentai no ichi? Or am I just up, down, up, down, up, down? Okay, I did 1,000. Well done. Do you see what I mean?
Yes, totally.
It's not.
Totally.
It doesn't matter. It's not that it doesn't matter how many you do, because obviously, yes, repetition's important. But what I'm saying is the priority should be over making sure that the suburi that you're doing or the ashisabaki practice that you're doing is adding to what you're doing.
A lot of times I feel too is that repetition can actually cause a lot of problems and bad habits, especially if you're not paying attention to your suburi. So then you actually may be doing more harm than good by doing
100%.
the excessive amount of suburi. So, okay. Thank you for that. Now, big hot topic, and I guess a little bit of a tangent, but it's still kind of in the point of improving our kendo. How do you see things going with the provisional rules right now?
It is a hot topic, that, isn't it?
How do you see Kendo evolving? How do you
Hmm.
see things going with these
Yeah,
rules in place?
this is a juicy one. I like this. Um, the so look, when the provisional rules dropped in the beginning, I didn't like them all. I didn't like them all, right? I know they were praised massively, especially outside of Japan, where nobody can do hikiwaza, right? Everybody loved them. Because you would, right? Of course you'd love them. You're not allowed to do hikiwaza. Great. Should we get rid of Jordan next as well? Because I'm not very good at playing against Jordan. Let's get rid of that. You know, this is this. So I didn't like it at first. All right, I really didn't. And I don't like the idea or this uh, concept of hikiwaza is somehow bad or less valuable, right? And I also thought that there was an obvious agenda to introducing some of these rules that were not connected to reducing the spread of viruses.
Okay, okay, yes.
Right?
I think we're talking about the same thing. I know.
Now, that's all fine. And I don't necessarily disagree with the implementation of some of those rules to deal with some of the problems that they wanted to deal with. I just wish they could have just said, and we think this is a problem, so we're going to add a rule to avoid this. Anyway, with that said, what happened when they first dropped is, as with anything new, it took a while to settle in and to for people to realize how this was really going to work. And the Zenken then also obviously clarified it a bit after a few months of trying it out. And I think now it's at a decent place.
Yeah.
In Japan.
In Japan, that's correct.
Yeah. Now, what they've done, when I say clarified, what they did is after several months, they came out and they said, yeah, so it's not that you have to do hikiwaza immediately when you approach Super Zeri. You get a interval of one breath, right? Which is vague, intentionally vague, right? It's the same as how long you have until to hit someone whilst they fall on the floor. You get one breath. Or it also says in they love this terminology in the instruction book, when you do the length of time should be one breath. That's it's intentionally vague, but what it means is you do have a bit of time in Super Zeri to use hikiwaza. Fine, all right, I get that, and they're a bit more open now that this is to deal with the problem of time wasting in Super Zeri. Personally, I don't think it was as big of a problem as they were making out. For some high school matches and probably some university matches, and in the World Championships, it was a problem. But I think I'm going to say something controversial now. So here's when you want to clip the video, right? Here's when you want to clip the video and use this one to get all the angry clicks. And I'm not saying this in reference to any specific tournament. Let's be clear about that. But I think the time wasting in Super Zeri or out of Super Zeri, whatever you want to call it, is a problem with the referees more than with the players.
I agree.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Because the rules already gave the referees the tools they required to conduct the shiai and penalize the players for wasting time. All right. But I understand that the problem you've got in Japan especially is the difference between the set of skills that Shimpan have in Japan and outside of Japan are different. And it's not that one is necessarily better or worse, but most Japanese Shimpan are very good at recognizing Yuko Datotsu. Right? If they watch 10 Debana men and it's really close, they're pretty good at spotting the right one or understanding why this kote is Ippon and this kote is not. They're very good at that. they're not great at keeping in a triangle, and they don't know all the rules. Right? A lot of them don't even have the book. Yeah, but they've been doing Shimpan since they were 12, so they know how to recognize the Yuko Datotsu. We have the opposite problem in outside of Japan, in that we don't get much chance to do Shimpan practice. So what we lack in practical application, we make up for in like the theory part. So we generally know the rules better overall, not in every case. There's obviously exceptions.
Yeah.
And we're generally better at the stuff that's black and white. So you have to stay in a triangle. You have to enter together and do day, or some, these sort of things. Yeah. You have to wave the flags, the red one over the white one. When you do Kiwake, you should, or you should hold Yame with the arms straight. These things that don't have a grey zone and don't require experience to learn, we're a little bit generally better at, in my experience. So that's why I think there's been an issue in Japan too, that Shimpan haven't necessarily been able to control the Shiai when there's been excessive time wasting, because the Shimpan aren't always necessarily equipped with the knowledge of the rules to deal with it properly.
Yeah.
Not in high level Shiai, of course, because you've got these Hanshi that are doing it. So I've never thought that the Tsubazari Ai has been a particular problem at the All Japan Championships. I've never really thought that. But at smaller local tournaments, can be, especially in team matches and in high school tournaments and stuff like that. All right, it can be. So I get it. I see that that's where they want to kind of put some sort of regulation into this to make it a little bit more, to improve the flow of the Shiai, so that it's not spent at Tsubazari Ai the whole time.
My worry,
of course, yeah.
No, go ahead, because I'll add something at the end.
Yeah, sure. Of course, in the West, we kind of lapped that up, right? Oh, yeah, no more Tsubazari Ai for ages. Because, like I say, I found when I was unfortunate that in my competitive career, I was towards the end of it before I kind of unlocked Hikiwaza in my repertoire. And when I did, I started winning Shiai much more when I came back to Europe, because there just wasn't so much of it going on. Whereas when I lived in Kyushu, especially Kumamoto, like the first year of living there, every Shiai I went into, I lost Hikiwaza in the first 30 seconds. Because I didn't know how to deal with it myself. So, when that sort of thing comes here, where we don't have the same sort of, let's say, competitive Tsubazari Ai, then yeah, of course it was welcomed with open arms.
Yeah.
So yeah, on that front, but now they've clarified it. I'm on a bit of a personal quest in a way to make sure that these what are they called, the new rules, are as much as possible properly implemented, because there's a lot of misunderstanding of it, there's a lot of mistranslation of it, and there's a lot of, dare I say, wishful thinking. Right?
Yes.
So
yes.
There's on the whole, I don't think that the rules are bad. The new rules are bad. And I don't think they'll have a massive impact on the highest levels of Kendo. Actually, the last All Japan Championships is not that much different from the All Japan Championships 5 years ago.
Yes, I agree.
So I don't think they'll have a massive impact on it. What my concern is Shimpan, specifically outside of Japan, getting a little bit carried away, getting a little bit hopeful that, yes, Hikiwaza's not allowed, or perhaps the other one is that's made out in the rules is to block this way, block this way, closing on the opponent, and it specifically says not engage in the shobut. right? That last sentence seems to, I don't know, like have disappeared from all the English translations or something. Whenever someone translates that part of any of these seminars into English, that bit seems to get whispered or just ignored. I don't know. But that last sentence of not engaging in the shobu is the most important aspect of that rule.
Yes.
Because what they're not saying is that if you block like this, it's hansoku. They're not saying that. And that's clearly evidenced in the shiai that are happening in Japan.
Yes.
What you've got to do is you've got to be continuously doing it and actively not engaging in the match.
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe you're taking the point and you're just trying to avoid doing the match so that you can hold on to your point. That was Hansoku before.
Yes.
Believe it or not, right? So the thing is they've just reiterated it a bit in these rules because obviously players won't be able to use Subazeri as much to play down the clock. So they've added an emphasis on that so that referees and players understand that time wasting is still bad. And that's it. It's not a massive change, but obviously there are you know, there's a what should I say? There's a thought process out there, it appears, where it's, and again, I think it comes from a place of wishful thinking that blocking should be hansoku.
I understand. I'm with you, and my worries are going to be especially for the low level competitors coming up to the and even coming up to the world championship, right? Because we're going to get shimpanning from everywhere, and they're not getting the experience of seeing these rules being implemented. Many federations are doing random things with their rules. Some say we're gonna use the old way. Some say we're gonna do it like this. So there's a lot of there's a lack of unity, I think, when it comes to the rules.
I know, and it kind of really kind of hacks me off, if I'm honest with you, because the thing is this is why I kind of go on. This is one of these things that I'll rant about because it's like you say that they don't have the sort of experience or whatever, or you know, they don't have the opportunity to see the matches like in Japan. But look, everyone's got YouTube, right?
Yes.
Like everybody saw the All Japan Championships. Right, but the problem is everybody, and this you know, you have these people that are refereeing, and they could be refereeing at high levels, and they're perhaps not. I don't know. I'm not saying this because, to be honest, in my experience of watching the last European Championships, which was the last big, like World Championships type shiai we had, and we had one this year. The shimpan in there was fine. You know, there was nothing there where it was dodgy.
There was someone posted a video too.
Yeah, totally. Oh yeah, you watched some of it on here. I saw that. So you know, there was nothing crazy going on there. It seemed all pretty fine. But then somebody posted in my Facebook group some video from Korea where anytime they do this, they're dishing out hansoku left, right, and center. So that kind of, you know, I don't know where, and then, you know, people are commenting on that. Yeah, see, that's because this is now hansoku, and it's on Reddit too, and they're not watching the context of what's going on, you know. There was one on Reddit where someone posted a link to the last All Japans where somebody did get the hansoku for avoiding, you know, avoiding the shobu by doing that. They were avoiding the shobu, so they got hansoku, right? But then that got straight away extrapolated on Reddit to, he did it, he got hansoku because he blocked. It's not what it was. It's clearly not what it was, because if you watch the final, they blocked in that too, but they were engaging in the shobu. So
I feel you. And
this comment, I just seen this comment here. It says, if you have good kendo, you don't need to block Hachidan Tani Sensei from Gunma. Yeah, sure. But nobody has good kendo 100% of the time.
100%, yeah, facts. And not only that, there's also sometimes people misinterpret, and that's something that we I don't know if we're going to have time, because I know it's pretty late for you, and I want you to come back to the stream sometime, so I don't want to keep you all night.
It's all good, it's fine.
One of the biggest things is that sometimes people mistake deflection for covering, right? For blocking.
Yeah,
And
sure.
so a lot of the times we need to make sure that we understand that they are different. Anyways.
Sort of, but at the same time, blocking is blocking. You do, what, you're going to stand there and let them hit you? No one's going to do that.
Yes.
What is that's good, Kendo? Letting them hit you? What Hachidan said that? None of them.
There you
go.
go.
This is the thing. It's kind of, I had a big rant about this last week on my channel, and and it's one of these where I understand why it upsets people, because people get told this, and then they take that as a commandment. Like you say, if you have good Kendo, you don't need to block. Yes, that's correct. It's not a commandment that you must never block, otherwise your Kendo is instantly bad, right?
Yes.
You're allowed to, it isn't. That's not how it works. If I challenge anyone to find any footage of a Kendo tachiai or any Kendo interaction between anyone where there's no blocking or dodging whatsoever, because it doesn't exist.
Yes.
It doesn't exist. Hachidan exams doesn't exist, right? Those guys, and I'm not saying you should go out there and block all of everything. What it is when they're telling you, nobody says this I'm not saying nobody, it's not nobody, but I never heard it in Japan. My wife and I were talking about this. She never got told this in Japan. Never got told, don't block. Don't block. If you get hit, right, you get hit in the shiai, your sensei is going to kill you, right? When you could have blocked, not going to happen, right? But, it's just like, they take this, when they say don't block, what they mean is when you're going against a sensei, for example, you should be proactive and try to make the shikakewaza, basically. You shouldn't be defensive. That's what it means. They don't mean never ever block or you lose a downgrade or something like that. Yeah, it's about what they're trying to communicate to you is the attitude you should have in that context of your Kendo encounter, not that specific action equals the bad thing, sort of.
No, yeah, and when I said that is difference blocking versus deflecting, it was a little bit out of context, because what I mean by that is that when you're blocking, you're standing there to still what's the word in English, stall the fight, is different than when you're actually
sure,
allowing your opponent to not get hit and continue the fight. So I think it's a lot of misunderstanding when people say blocking when it comes to that, because they think that
definitely
being engaged in the fight, you can block and you still be in the fight versus...
Yeah, of course. And this is the thing, and especially if we're talking in the context of the Shiai and these new rules, right? It's not based on an instant action, an instantaneous action. It's based on a continual act across a time span in the Shiai. Yeah, that's what it's based on. That's how the Shimpan should be making the decision as to whether it's a penalty or not. Not one single action equals hansoku. It's not like in soccer or football, we call it here, where if they touch the ball with their hand, that's a penalty. It's not that kind of penalty. It's not the same kind of penalty as stepping out of the shiaijo or touching the shinai. It's a contextual hansoku, like rough play, or like what else, like resting the shinai on the shoulder, or incorrect or unfair tsubazeriai. It's not an instantaneous action equals penalty. It's based on the context over a period of time.
The last Shimpan seminar I attended, a lot of people were asking very specific questions, and the sensei kind of started getting frustrated because it was kind of like the same questions, but worded differently. And he said, okay, let me just say this. If anybody's doing something on purpose to stall the fight, that's hansoku.
So this is exactly it. This is the problem that we often have. And it comes from, I think, like I say, because we don't get much chance to practice. And like I said, the guys in Japan, they've done Shimpan since they were 12, right? So they've got this experience that they base everything off. We don't. So we do everything by kind of theory. So everything has to have an answer. it's almost like it's science rather than art, which is kind of, you know, not quite the right way to look at it. So yeah, people say like, oh well, what if this guy moves this guy this way, falls over, goes out, but the other person lands on top and touches his shinai, then who's the Hansoku should it be? You know, like what?
Yeah.
What? You know, so yeah, and I experience the exact same thing, because at these sort of seminars, I often act as a translator myself, and you know, they ask me questions I have to translate, and I'm like, do I have to ask that? You know, because it's like use your experience a little bit, you know.
Yeah, I got you. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. No, I had somebody was knocking at the door. Okay. So I know I totally get you, and I'm gonna say this last thing about this, and maybe, you know, because I know we're this is crazy, that frustration, and one thing that kind of like it was a little bit ticking me off with the whole thing from Japan. If you go to the last revision of the rules, you cannot put subtitles on it. They disable the subtitles on the video. You cannot translate subtitles. So it's crazy, because, you know, as a YouTube creator, you have to purposely go and disable this.
Yeah.
So I don't know what they did that. I don't know what the point of this is, but I think the Japanese Federation or at least the channel is not really trying to help out to disperse.
I don't know if it's that. I think it's more that they put out an English language version of it and they didn't want it to get confused.
No, they didn't.
You mean of the sort of bit where they talked about the extra the one breath thing?
I think it's that one. One of the last ones they put out.
Right. Okay. You don't mean like the official like provisional rules?
No, not the
video.
official one. No.
Oh, right.
It's
like one of the ones that they did of like one of the senseis just explaining it.
Yeah, when they come out with some of the revisions, when they said, I think that's when they said the whole thing with the one breath, because it was after the European.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It was one of the things that I feel that, you know, I think a lot of countries are going to need more resources to understand this.
Yeah, it's difficult. It is. I don't know why they would do that. I guess the problem. I'm sure there's. I don't believe. If I'm honest with you, I don't think it's because they don't want to help the other countries. I think they do want to help the other countries. I think they probably did it probably under the kind of fear that perhaps it would be automatically translated and perhaps give the wrong impression and could do more harm than good. Is probably their rationale. I'm obviously just speculating. I don't know.
I got you. But in my sense, I feel that they should come out a little bit with more information for everybody. I mean, granted, one thing you said earlier is that if you want to do good Kendo, you have to learn Japanese, right? You have to speak Japanese.
This is the thing, but the problem is, and this is the problem, is that the Zen Kenden doesn't have the resources to put everything out in English.
Okay, that makes sense.
That's the problem. It's not like one of the federations in a country, you know, elsewhere that's like mainly run by volunteers. It is a professional body that has employees, but there's not many employees. I think they only have one or two probably that properly speak English, and probably, you know, translating some of this literature or media is probably very time consuming and very you know, labor intensive, and I don't think they've got the resources to put to it. And considering the sort of, how can I put this, the way it's a very Japanese way of thinking. I don't know if they fully appreciate the power of YouTube and the internet as a whole, and how it could be. I mean, I think they're doing a great job, don't get me wrong, over the last couple of years with their YouTube channel, where they've been live streaming and they've been putting videos out and they've been putting media out there. That's been great. That really has. But it's got the potential to do even more, but it would need a lot more work and resources from them, and from like I say, an organization that still, although it is a professional body, it's not a professional body, but it's an organization with employees. It's still relatively small, Do you know what I mean? So I don't think it's done intentionally, let's say.
Gotcha.
I don't think they're trying to keep any secrets. I don't think or anything like that. You know, so that's what I think anyway. And I hope personally, you know, we talked a little bit about you know, goals or future goals and stuff in Kendo. I mean, one thing I'd love to have the opportunity to do in the future at some point is work more with the Zen Kenden to help things overseas. And that's something that I'll look into in the coming years. It's not an easy thing to get involved in, especially as I'm still a relative nobody. So from their point of view, obviously. So yeah, it is something that I'd like to see him improve, and I'd love to help him do it in the future.
Yeah. No, I understand, and the biggest I feel sometimes, and many countries may feel like forgotten, you know, for not being able to get a lot of these resources, and it's, you know, it's something that I would like, as you are, to see improve, and I would like to see
it's like we've got the rule book, right? We've got the rule book in English, but we only recently got the guidebook for the rules, the Shimpan Tebiki.
Okay. Yeah.
We only recently got an English version of that, and it's not printed. It's just a PDF on their website, and it's hardly really what do you call it? Publicized. You know, and to do Shimpan, that document is necessary. It's necessary. It's not like recommended. It's necessary. You need to read that book. Now, luckily, we had an English version of it that was distributed by Stroud Sensei, which was fantastic, and it's equally as good as the official translation they put out recently. So luckily we had that. But even then, it's not like it was the Zen Kenden didn't really push it.
Yeah.
You know. So I'd love to see them do that a bit more. You know.
Yeah, totally. Andy, anything that you learned from practicing Japan that you think it's hard to learn outside?
Yeah. The problem is, it's hard to learn because it's hard to explain. I'll say something that I think is probably controversial. Another thing that's probably controversial. I don't know if it is or not, but it could be. I learned from living in Japan and practicing Kendo in Japan, or at least I came to the opinion that Kendo is inherently Japanese, and Kendo is an aspect of Japanese culture. By doing Kendo, we are participating in Japanese culture. I do think that it's important, beneficial, necessary is probably too strong a word, but definitely beneficial to learn at least some Japanese, to understand Kendo on a deeper level. I think some of the things that really you can't learn anywhere but Japan. It's not necessarily anywhere but Japan, but learning Kendo in Japan particularly lends itself well to is the Japanese Joge Kankei system, the social hierarchy system. And that is that there's people senior to you and there's people below you, and you fit in that chain. And if you break it, things don't go smoothly. And that's why I think a lot of I think that's the key to practicing Kendo in Japan and actually benefiting from it. I think a lot of people go to Japan, practice there even for extended periods, and they don't improve all that much. Certainly less than they think they have. And it's partly because they're not quite accepted into the Kendo community there as anything other than an outsider. And it's very hard to become an insider's the wrong word, but to become a part of that community to the point where it does become very beneficial to you. And a very important aspect of that is understanding which link in the chain you are and acting accordingly. Yeah, that's very, very difficult for Westerners, okay? Because we come from a society where everybody's equal. And it's not that everybody's not equal there, but they're just not equal all the time.
Yes. Yeah.
So, you know, and it's very strange because Sensei is not your friend, he's not your mate or your pal. Even if they're very friendly, sometimes they want to be. And the problem is, when they want to be your friend, it's because they want to be your friend and not your sensei. And that's not the same thing.
Yes.
It's not that you can't learn from your friends. It's not that. But sensei is different. Yeah. George put it on his blog, actually. He wrote a thing on there saying, you know, your sensei can't be your friend because your sensei has to get mad at you. And it works the other way too. It's also a case that, you know, you have to realize that the people, and this is impossible if you don't have at least conversational, pretty fluent Japanese actually, but, you know, the people below you in the chain are below you in the chain, because if you start treating them as your equals as well, it becomes very uncomfortable and difficult for them also. So that's a very unusual thing, and it's hard to explain exactly why that's an important aspect of learning Kendo, but I do think it is. And it changes when you demonstrate that you understand that. People, and especially senseis, treat you differently. I experienced that. They stop treating you like a visitor that they don't really, it's not they don't care, but they're, you know, they don't have any sort of investment in your improvement. Whereas once they realize that you're serious about this to the point where you've tried to embrace Japanese culture as well, then they're more likely to give you a little bit more time and be a little bit more brutally honest. The mistake a lot of us made, and I did it, I definitely made it at first. The first time I went to Japan, luckily I've got, like I said, I've got my wife and she's dead brutally honest. So, but the first time I went to Japan, everyone told me I was brilliant. Everyone told me how good I was. Wow. Oh, Tsuyoine, you're super good. You're so strong. Wow. Never seen anyone this strong. You're the best ever. World Championships. Oh, you'll definitely win that. You know, this sort of thing. And they don't mean it. They don't mean it, right?
Totally.
Like, but it's easy to think that they do, because they say it's not that they're lying. They're saying it sort of sincerely. They're just missing out part of it. Right, what they're missing out is, and one guy said it to me, and that's what made me really realize, and it's that he didn't just say that I was really good. He said, you're really good, you're the best foreigner I've ever seen. And that's when I realized what they mean is you're good for a foreigner. You're better than I thought you would be, is what they actually mean. It's not the same as they mean you're actually good.
Yeah.
Because any sort of extended time in Japan, especially if you do Kendo for an extended period in a very high level place, where and a place where I think, again, people don't just treat you like you're there for a bit of fun, you realize very quickly that you're not very strong. And that the strong people are really strong, you know, and it's hard to, you know, I've had this where I've done keiko with people who are all Japan champions, and I hit an ippon on them, and then I was like, yeah, all right, I could probably do all right in the All Japans, and then they switch on.
Yeah.
Because you know, they're not treating me like a 5-year-old anymore.
Yeah.
And I realized that the difference between us is it's like we're playing different sports. You know, it's that's something else that I think only Japan can give you is an eye opening like that. And then I'd say last thing is probably a proper understanding. It's not that you can't learn this elsewhere, because there's plenty of senseis and stuff, or players outside of Japan that do, but it's very rare.
Yeah.
And it's an actual understanding of Yuko Datotu. Actual understanding. And because you get it all the time. You get it all the time. You see it all the time, like a fantastic ippon in the All Japan Championships, and there's comments. Well, how was that ippon? Like, sort of thing is, so that's that. Really, I think the humility is the big thing, though, to be honest.
No, totally. If I can add to a little bit of what you said, what that call, I don't know. I'm like you right now. Like I don't know exactly what makes it this way, but Japanese culture is deeply embedded in Kendo. It's very different than doing any other activity, any other sport that you can get along by just doing it. But here, there's something about the understanding of the culture. And now that you're mentioning the story, I'm reliving a little bit of my trips to Japan. There was one where I spent 3 months in a row in Osaka, and a friend of mine was taking me to introduce me to different sensei so I could go practice at different high level dojos. And one of them, at this point, I'm picking up a little bit of Japanese and I'm understanding.
Yeah.
The way that he introduced me I found it to be very curious, right? Because he introduced me, Sensei, this is Jose. He understands Japanese culture. I was like, why did he have to say this, right? But there was something about the way I was being treated after that, right? This is a big change. So it's crazy. So if anybody who's wanting to go to Japan, like, try to understand their culture. Don't try to
I mean, I think the big thing I'd definitely say, anyone that is going out to Japan to train, just remember that you're not as good as they pretend that you are. They're just being nice. I mean, it's not that they're being nice. They mean it. They do mean it. They do mean it. They're not being disingenuous. It's just they don't say the full thing. Yeah. I'll tell you another one that one guy said to me. This is one of the rudest comments that I ever had, and it was totally didn't know it was rude, but it really got my back up when he said it. But he said, "Oh, you're really good." I was like, "Oh, okay, thanks." He said, "Yeah, you're like you're definitely better than a rubbish Japanese person." I was like, thanks. I guess
that's such weird comments. I will always make the joke that what I experienced in Japan was a little bit of a like backward racism, right? Where they were being nicer because I was not there in their circle.
Yeah, it is that really, and it's more that the happy that you're doing kendo, and you love Japan, and they're a very proud nation, and they love they're very patriotic. And they love to share it with the world. They really want other countries to love Japan like they do, which is great. But when you're like sincerely and earnestly trying your best to do better at kendo, when like some Hachidan just says to you, "Oh yeah, you're really good, well done," it kind of doesn't help, it just and like I say, for the first while you believe it. That's the problem. That's the problem, is you believe it, and you start thinking, yeah, actually I must be a good one, I must be a good foreigner, like. And then because I came to this conclusion where I don't like the term Japanese kendo. It's kendo, right? And that in itself is inherently Japanese. It doesn't need to be called Japanese kendo because kendo is Japanese. So, there's no like British kendo or American kendo or Australian kendo. There's kendo in those countries, but there's kendo and then there's not kendo. in my way of seeing things, you know.
Yeah. No, totally. Andy, so we talked a lot about different things. Do you have time to watch a video?
Yeah, sure.
Look good? Okay, cool. I kind of want to show a little bit of, your insight of analyzing and seeing the videos. Obviously, everybody follows your Kendo rants, so they're familiar with that. So maybe we can collaborate a little bit on putting together this video. So let me send you my screen so you can see it as well. Give me one second.
Okay.
Let me see. Okay, you should see. Do you see the video with?
Yeah, got it.
Okay. So wait, hold on. Let me make sure that I don't show the other screen, so that way. Give me one second. Okay, confirm. Okay, there we go. So your face is in the. You can still see my screen, right?
Yeah, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see.
Okay, so this video was shared to me by one of my viewers. He was talking about his sensei always tells him I shouldn't block, but then he found this exhibition with Ega sensei, and he's blocking, right? So he doesn't understand how is it okay for him to block, but sensei is telling him not to block. So maybe we can watch this with these thoughts and see what we can see. If you need me to stop it for any second or slow it down frame by frame, let me know. I can do that really easily.
So Ega Sensei is on the right hand side.
Correct.
So I assume that's what he means by blocking just now, yeah?
There's one a little bit later that's going to be a little bit more evident.
Wow, what a kaishido.
Ah, yes.
I've seen this video before, actually. It's a great tachiai from both participants.
I think this is more what he was meaning by that blocking, right?
Okay. Yeah. What a great tachiai. What a man.
Very purposeful, yeah. Nice.
It's great. I love Ega Sensei's Kendo because he's only a small guy, but he looks huge.
And he's so diverse too, right?
Yeah. You can see as well, it kind of answers that earlier question about crashing into each other there, you see, where how, they use the asabaki and weight distribution so that they don't just bowl each other over.
So compact on that Tenouchi, right?
Yeah, it's amazing. Amazing. It's a great demonstration match. I think it's a fantastic keiko. Cool. Obviously, Eiga Sensei is taking lead in this. Is a kind of hikitate geiko type keiko, but obviously his partner is an advanced kendoka as well, so he's not like just making him do uchikomi or something like that.
Correct.
So
so normally what I do in the channel with my videos, we watch it, like absorb a little bit, kind of like a little bit of wine tasting, right? Like we absorb it, we see it, and then I like to bring specific points. So the first thing I would like to kind of talk about and discuss is a little bit of the difference in kamae that you see from the two presenters in this case, so what are your thoughts on the difference in kamae and the purpose of each of their kamae, their style?
Well, obviously they've got very different kamae, but in fairness, Eiga Sensei's got a reasonably unique kamae.
Yes, yes, yes.
You know, his kamae is instantly recognizable, so it's almost a little bit unfair to compare, you know, the other players' kamae to him, because it's quite it's like it's a bit of a hallmark of Eiga Sensei, isn't it? You know, and it's, you know, the chap on the left there, his kendo's great. You know, he did a really great keiko there. I think he's got a solid kamae, that's obviously very effective as well. So even if it looks a bit different, this is a good way of illustrating it in a way, in that, you know, kendo's not all just black and white.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like there's a something of a gradient there of what is correct or orthodox. Eiga Sensei's kamae is unique. It is different. It is recognizable instantly as Eiga Sensei. It's also textbook. But how can it be textbook and different? Well, that's what kind of makes Kendo special in a way.
Yes, and I kind of brought this up on purpose for that reason, and especially for the beginners that we may have watching the stream, like people with a lower level, that sometimes people try to copy things from videos, but they don't really understand what's happening.
Sure.
So I kind of wanted to just take this opportunity to ask you, what do you feel are the important points from kamae that should be taken in consideration, that we should pay attention to?
What I think you need to look at here in Eiga Sensei's kamae, especially, right? I don't want to talk too much about the other guy's kamae, because I don't want to. I think Eiga Sensei is the point of this is that Eiga Sensei is giving the demonstration here, right? So, if you sort of were to take a marker pen or something and draw over this picture we've got on the screen here, and you took it from the middle of Eiga Sensei's head at the top, and you do a straight line down to his a line, that's it, down to his right foot, and then same again from the same point at the top down to his left foot, it'd be like a kind of triangle shape or an A shape without the bar across.
Yes.
Right, whereas lots of people tend to have this is fantastic, right? This is the perfect, it's like equilibrium in, like, manifested in a kamae, yeah. Whereas a lot of people, especially beginners, they tend to have a shape that looks more like an S shape. So their head would be a bit further in front, and their hips would be a bit further in front, and their shoulders a bit behind. Especially as they get told to push their hips forward, so their hips go forward and their head goes forward, but their back's kind of slightly arched. Yeah. And then so they've got this kind of S shape. It's something I pick up an awful lot in in the analysis videos that I get where people send me videos to sort of give them feedback on. Lots of it's definitely a common problem. So you know, I'd look at this kamae and try and copy this. Right? Look at this image, burn it in your brain, and then go away and look at your kamae and see how it compares to this. Now, it's not going to look exactly the same. Now, Eiga Sensei is someone that I have been looking at since I was second kyu, since I saw him do that katate ski at the World Championships in front of my face. And I saw that happen. And yeah, he's been a massive influence to my kendo. Does my kendo look like Eiga Sensei? Am I a carbon copy of Eiga Sensei? No, I'm not. Is there tiny grains of sand in my kendo that are slightly similar? Yes, there are. Because I have tried my best to take elements, not entire in its entirety, but some elements of kendo from Eiga Sensei and lots of others, and put it into my own kendo.
It's amazing, and one thing that I'm a word of caution for the viewer, especially if you're picking up kamae right now and starting to understand it, that I actually put a video on this week, that kamae is not static. You know, kamae is supposed to be fluid. So a lot of times, you know, you said burn this image in the head. You gotta understand that sometimes it changes a little bit depending on the frame, right? And there's a lot of different details that might be different. So
well, I think people get wrapped up in this idea of kamae as the kamae is this stance. It's not. it is, but it's not. What it means is you are in a position to strike or to interact or deal with the movements of your partner. That's what kamae is. Okay, it's preparedness.
Totally.
It's not the angle of your shinai or the angle of your left foot or something like that. There are aspects of that. Yeah, there are. Yeah, that's why I'm talking about this A shape rather than the S shape. I'm talking in generic terms as to what would be a more efficient way of being in the kamae position. But being in the kamae position is being prepared to deal with the situation that's unfolding in front of you. That's what being in the kamae is. There's two kamae in Kendo. Two. There's migamae and kigamae. Okay, sometimes they call it kokoro gamae. So the migamae is the body kamae. Your body is prepared to react and act, and kigamae is your mind and spirit is ready to act and react. Yeah, and they have to come together to form your actual kamae. Yeah? And whether that means you're holding the shinai in front in chudan no kamae or in jodan no kamae, whatever, the concept is the same. We use words like chudan no kamae for this position or jodan no kamae for this position for practicality in order to describe these methods of assuming the kamae, right? That's my take on it anyway, and that's why it's fluid. That's why it's fluid from frame to frame. It's slightly different because he's got to adapt instantaneously at all times. But he's always ready to react to his opponent, whether that's to avoid a strike, deflect a strike, or to return a strike with ojuwaza, hit the banawaza, or hit shikakewaza. He's always ready to do that, and that means that his position in the small aspects is obviously always slightly changing and throughout, like evolving from moment to moment.
And even though he does evolve and he does change, those basic elements still here.
Yeah, because it's built around a framework or a foundation, right?
Yes,
it's built around that. It's like a car. Your car doesn't change shape even though you turn a corner, but parts of it move, right? So it's that sort of idea, I guess.
Cool. So we talked a little bit about how this first motion, I believe, could be like a block.
Some people would call it that. I mean, well, that's what it is, isn't it? He blocks him. It stops him hitting him. I mean, yeah.
So when you see this following what it was commented before about you shouldn't block and stuff like this, what are your thoughts on this? Why is this correct? What is the difference between what, I'm just gonna put a quotation mark, what my sense is telling me and this? What's happening differently here?
Well, first off, I kind of fundamentally disagree with the overall statement of it is incorrect to block. It's not always the best tactic. It's not always a technically sound decision. It's not always a good idea, and it can be indicative of an underlying issue, such as being, being unwilling to engage in a match, whatever, right? But this is, in this particular example, this is a good example of defense because he's not, he's using his ashi sabaki, he's using his shinai sabaki, and he's keeping his kamae reasonably firm as he deflects his opponent. But someone just commented there, this is deflect, not a block. But in its concept, it's the same thing, isn't it? It's avoiding being struck. That's the same thing. What we're talking about there is the kind of semantics of whether that's technically a deflection or a block. This is a very tactically sound way to block because he's not exposing himself very much to a strike by doing things like raising his hands. That doesn't hold consistent throughout the encounter, though, does it? Because sometimes you can't do that. But what was the correct thing for him to do then? Be struck?
So
I don't,
it's interesting, and I'm going to make an assumption here based on the most common, as we said, good intentions that senseis have. Is that normally when we get this comment is that because we're just standing still, waiting, and just because we're waiting and we don't act, and instead we're reacting all the time, we tend to just safeguard ourselves by just putting the sword in between. So a lot of times I think maybe the words that we're saying, those do affect our understanding, and I feel maybe your sensei is trying to tell you, be more proactive, right? Don't just stand
that's
there.
what you're saying. That's definitely what that's coming from. 100%. That's where it's coming from. It's coming from being told that you shouldn't be negative or just defensive. You should, especially when you're practicing with the sensei or the senior, you should be trying to overcome the fear of being hit. It doesn't matter if you hit. Of course, you're going to get hit by the sensei. That's why they're the sensei. But that's not the same. Or it's not some sort of outright commandment, as I say, is you should never ever block. And there's a good comment there again from the same person there that says blocking is where your feet are planted and you become like an uchikomidai.
Yes.
That's an interesting point. So if you block like this but move your feet, that's not blocking. That's not right either, is it? The idea, if I block like this and then run backwards, and is that okay? It's not, right? It's not okay or not okay. The fact is in Kendo, it's not a good thing for the most part in something like a tatsai to just stand there and let the other person hit you, right? And to just outright say you should never block is just nonsensical. It's just not a teaching that exists in my experience so far of doing Kendo in Japan.
So
and it doesn't bear out in the evidence either.
No, totally, I understand that. And I guess my advice or my Kendo tip of the day for that, it would be that if you see Ega Sensei here, he never takes the attention and intention from his opponent, right? Even when the person is coming right after, he's ready again.
Yeah.
Which is normally not what we see when people are, I'm going to use a quotation, the air quotes, blocking, right? We don't see this.
Yeah, sure.
Because when you're reacting, you're just kind of always holding back. And maybe the sensei is trying to tell you, just keep your intention towards your opponent rather than, being defensive. I think the other interesting point that we saw here was the Kaeshido, which is beautiful.
Fantastic.
So what makes this, in your opinion, a fantastic Kaeshido?
Right, press play again. Okay. That bit there, the bit between where I said press play and that bit there, that bit.
Okay, hold on.
So Eiga Sensei goes here like this.
Yes.
And forces the partner to strike. Yeah. And his partner doesn't realize that's what's happened until it's too late. You know, he's sort of built this position where he's made his partner feel like his only real option is to strike at men, because that's all the option he's got, and he's got to do something, right? He's stood in front of Eiga Sensei. He's got to do something, right?
And he probably also felt extra confident because he was able to like put his shinai on top, suppress.
And what else is he gonna do? He's not gonna ski him, right?
Yes.
I mean, could have done, but he'd have been missing the point if he'd done that. He'd have been missing the point, but he's not missing the point. He gets it. This is why I'm saying it's a fantastic keiko from both parts, because the guy he's doing keiko with here gets it. He knows how he's supposed to practice with the sensei here. He's not trying to beat him.
Yeah.
You know, he's really thrown himself in there. It's a great example.
Yes. It's one of the points that we need to keep in mind too, right? Because this is not, they're not fighting for a medal. They're fighting for knowledge, right? They're fighting for understanding and learning. So it would have been pointless.
And there's obviously a slight extra context to this, in that it's a demonstration for people who are probably attending a seminar or something like that. So there's an aspect of that as well. But it does provide an excellent one of that. That's the thing. It's it is showing a perfect example of that.
Yes. Let me see. There was another thing that I just want to warn out people. Great approach, I think.
What a man.
Yeah.
Same thing there. The same thing. Same sort of semi. Step in this way, makes him. If you watch that there. See here. And by the time his partner has realized, he's had to react, but it's far too slow. Not too slow, just too late.
Too late. Yeah. There was one point within something that Ega Sensei did, uh, and I'm just gonna say this out loud because I see a lot of beginners trying to do this. And hold on, give me 1 second. Let me find the spot.
Mm.
Okay, so I feel a lot of times beginners they kind of want to play with their sword too much, wiggle their sword around too much, and a lot of times I feel they're trying to copy what they see in videos, but not really understanding what they're seeing, right? So I think that this type of opening that Ega Sensei will do right here, it has a purpose, I think, within the context of what he's trying to do, but it's not something that is easy transferable to what you may be doing in your practice. So
No, this is how a sensei practices with a student.
so
This is how the sensei practices with a student. He's you know the this relates a little bit actually. We've got a follow-up comment which I'm very much enjoying this sort of side dialogue as well. If I keep my center and take my opponent's center, why would I need to block? I'd rather do Jotai Zen men. Yeah, sure, but you can't keep the center all the time. You can't always take your opponent's center. You can't. Nobody can, because as per this video, doesn't matter how good you are, you're not a Jedi, right? So Eiga Sensei is brilliant, one of the best kendoka at the world in the world. At the time of this video being filmed, he was like just not long after his peak competitive career, right? Absolutely sensational kendoka, yeah. But even he doesn't know exactly what's going to happen. He doesn't know exactly what's going to happen, So, yeah, sometimes he has to cover himself,
I always admire Eiga Sensei's for one specific aspect that I feel that he does much better than a lot of other kendoka, and I always call it the processing power, the computing power of his brain. I feel like he's absorbing information for every move that he's seeing from his opponent. So
Definitely.
It's really hard, especially with the type of kendo that Eiga Sensei has. I think he's all up in your face type of kendo, and he makes it work for all the motions that he can do. So it's really hard for you to be able to keep that center and stay calm nonetheless.
Yeah, of course.
It's really,
Absolutely.
really, really hard.
100%.
Anyway, so you sent me a video, Andy, for Eiga Sensei's Hachidan test, right?
Yeah. So this is this is just to kind of move on to this a little bit more. I'm just looking at our side dialogue here. Blocking is a crutch that's like a public speech or a lecturer saying every other sentence. If you're aware of the habit, you'll break the habit. No excuses, only results. Okay, well, cool, man. You don't have to block then. Okay. So let's look at the Hachidan video of Eiga Sensei. Same sensei. This is about a year after the last video. And this is him attempting, this is the second round of the hardest kendo test in the world. So one's like less than 1% passed this exam. It's hardest kendo exam in the world. You've got to be closest you can be to perfect to do it. So of course, if blocking is wrong, if you do it in this, you fail, right? Surely. Okay, so let's have a look. Let's see if he... So he's on the left, by the way. No blocking or dodging are allowed, right? Oh, he happened to block and dodge the first thing. So he must have failed. Except he didn't fail, did he? Passed, didn't he? So... But still, we see that fantastic kamae. We see fantastic kendo.
Ooh.
What a great suriage men. This is suriage men from what wasn't actually supposed to be a suriage men. What amazing! He sort of changed the waza halfway through.
That's what I'm saying.
And this is great because look, this kind of compounds or reinforces my point here that the he's not a Jedi, right? He's not a mind reader. He's not a robot. You're not expected, even in the Hachidan exam, to have 100% success rate with your waza. You're not expected to do that. And you're certainly not expected to stand there and let them hit you. So, as you can see, there we go,
Yes.
another block. Because he's not going to just stand there and let the other guy boss his men. That would be insane to do that in your Hachidan exam. It would just send a message to the panel that you're not really
There.
switched on.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, you're not really. This isn't a shoba. This isn't a Shinken shoba, which is what it has to be. Now, is he spending half of the match like this? No, he's not. No, he's not. Right? It's you know, it's a part of what he has to do in order to facilitate the outcome of the tachiai. Simple as that. And there we go. Okay. We don't need to watch the whole thing. I think it's quite a long video, but that's it just illustrates it. Do you know what I mean? It's
yes. Okay. So let's watch a little bit. I took notes some of the spots that kind of highlighted. Sure. One thing that I'm going to say too is that because I wanted to ask you maybe briefly a little bit of testing advice, but his interaction, one of the things that catches my attention is how the whole time there was not a break on his attention to his opponent.
Right? Yeah, absolutely. This is huge as well, and it's something as well that's really, really missed. Definitely outside of Japan. Like if you watch the European Championships and compare that to the All Japan Championships, it's one of the big differences. Yes. Big differences. Yes. It's not just the Hachidan exam or Shinsa Kendo. This is Kendo, right? It's and I don't really like to separate Shiai Kendo, Shinsa Kendo all that much anyway. Just different tactics essentially. But the what you find in the European Championships is often one attack, one waza, then start again. Man, no, it didn't work. Okay, yeah, start again. Whereas if you watch this sort of high level stuff, the top level stuff, All Japan Championships, that sort of thing, that tension, it's like a rope that's tight between the two of them the whole time. Yeah, and what they're searching for is some way to cut themselves free from that via a fantastic Yuko Datotsu, because that's the only way to escape from it. And even then, obviously, in a match like this, in a grading or maybe the Keiko, there isn't a break in it either. Where you have like Ippon-me, Nihon-me, like you have with the Shiai. So it continues even more, because obviously Yuko Datotsu aren't sort of signaled, as it were. So it's huge. It's a huge thing. It's like it's a huge part of Kendo that's really easily overlooked and missed because it is as massive as it is. It's subtle and difficult to pick up.
Yeah. It's not something that maybe. It is something that maybe Sensei will mention, and it's really easy, goes over people's head. And it's something that makes such a difference when you see it versus when you don't. Like immediately, the judges, I feel that when you have somebody that's as engaged as Eiga Sensei's here or the All Japan, the eyes of the judges start going to that person, right? So it's something that we need to practice ourselves to have consistently. So on your thoughts and your opinions, I know we're not there, but what do you think was the thing that gave the check mark for Eiga Sensei to pass Hachidan and on this video?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? But I mean, I think even though all of his Datotsu aren't necessarily successful, he does make some absolutely fantastic strikes. But the overall, as I said, Hinkaku or Hingi, as it's called in Japanese, the dignity or sophistication of his kendo is very evident.
Yeah.
And I don't know the result of his partner, but it's unlikely. It's not unheard of. It's not unheard of that two that do with each other pass.
Yeah.
But it's not that common either. Though this is the Hachidan second Shinsa, so it's possible too. But in this match, I think Eiga Sensei seems to be like kind of, it's a little bit like the previous one we watched where Eiga Sensei is kind of controlling the bout. Almost like a teacher giving the Shido Geiko or the Hikitate Geiko. Totally. Almost like that. But obviously it's not that because it's a grading, but it almost seems that way. You know, it's you watch the two, it's like which one of these is better, and you can tell from the intensity that's emanating from him.
Yes. Okay, so let's see a little bit of some of the details. So for me right here, it's that intention again. Right after, it's like, okay, he avoids getting struck. He shows that he's there, right? His opponent kind of did
But he defends himself because something unexpected happens. Because it does. Yeah?
Yes.
Because he's not like I say, he's not like a robot, or he doesn't know what's about to happen. He's not, you know, and no, that's not what's expected of you. And by doing this, he demonstrated that intensity and that intention and that connection with his opponent is very, very real, rather than contrived and sort of forced by kind of letting him hit him, or just standing there in his kamae and not doing anything.
Yeah. I might be wrong. I may be nitpicking this a little bit too much, but I like to do this in my streams. But for me, I think this is actually something that went towards Eiga Sensei's favor and his favor, because I feel that his opponent didn't set up the attack. He kind of maybe attacked a little bit recklessly. And
yeah, definitely, which is why it was so unexpected. Because this is a Hachidan second Shinsa, right? So of course the last thing you expect is this guy to come flying out of the gates.
And then he showed that he's there. So
yeah,
maybe it wasn't his favor.
Yeah, no, I agree. I definitely think so. It could have been worse. He could have just let him get bossed on the men and then been like, it would have shown that he doesn't know how to deal with something unexpected.
Okay, so we noticed, both of us noticed this and cut off attention, and let's maybe break it down a little bit. He puts the pressure in. His opponent is clearly nervous, right? He's like a little bit too
as you would be,
jumpy. Yeah,
doing Hachidan with Eiga Sensei.
And then he almost looked like he was gonna do Kayashido.
Yeah, I think what happened there, I think this is my opinion. I think what happened here is obviously the opponent went in with this kote first at the very first interaction. So this is a Hachidan exam, right? So he comes flying in with this kote, which was unexpected in the first place, right? And then in response to that same seme that we saw from Eiga Sensei in the previous video, where his opponent had no other choice but to hit his men, the same thing's happening. There's nothing open. The only thing open here is men. So the only logical target is men. But the guy comes for kote anyway. Right, because the guy's made the right decision. Don't get me wrong; he's made the right decision. He's just executed it badly. Badly is probably too harsh a word against somebody who's going for Hachidan. But he's just missed. Not quite managed to carry out the execution as he'd wanted to, because he probably thought he'd go for that Kaishido. So Kote is a valid target on his side of the field. Yeah. But then it's turned out that it is, from Eiga Sensei's point of view, it's turned out, oh no, he's not coming for men, he's coming for Kote. So even though he'd set up that Kaishido and he's halfway through that Kaishido, he was able to, on an instant, turn it into Suriage Men, which is just mad.
Yeah, it's like drawing in the air, you know?
Yeah.
That pressure that he's giving, you can definitely see his opponent just going back, right, all the time.
Yeah. And as I say, we're talking about, his opponent is also obviously a very, very skilled and accomplished kendoka. You don't get to the second round of the Hachidan exam if you're not. You just don't get there. So
something that came up on my last stream that I'm just gonna bring it up here. Normally when we see, and this I think that I noticed, and I had several talks about this, that dominant players, they tend to dominate the center, right? They make the person go around. It's not that their intention is to go there, but it's just they end up always dominating this center. So
the court, you mean, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
So I feel like right now here, Ega just got into that position, right? Like he's king of the hill at this
Yeah,
point.
because that's what you want to be doing, right? You want to be on top of the hill with them sort of fighting up it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. His footwork, man. That's
Yeah, yeah. Exemplary. See, so here we go. You know, he defended himself again, as because that's the right decision.
yeah. At this
the
point,
right decision instead.
There's no clear open. Ega Sensei, he put pressure, and his opponent didn't react the way that, towards the pressure, and he just happened to go on a random time.
It wasn't appropriate, or he wasn't able to. It didn't pan out how he wanted to, but fine. It was that or get hit on the men,
Totally.
So
this is something that when at this moment, if he would have done a technique, it would have ruined his test, right? If he would have gone at this
probably,
point,
because he'd have pulled something out that wasn't appropriate,
and things that we have to be very careful.
Yeah.
And again, that center, he just keeps taking that center.
Absolute master.
That double timing right there, beautiful, right?
Yeah, because the thing is as well, there's a little bit of a, this is just me speculating here, right? But Eiga Sensei is famous for his skiwaza, right? He's famous for it, right? All he had to do was just suggest it, and the guy was like, "Oh, here it is," and that was enough to set up that brilliant
right
men.
there. Like...
Yeah, right there. The guy's like, "Oh, no, there it was," because he must have been expecting it, like he kind of would be expecting it. He'd be kind of disappointed in a way, like you did cake with Eiga, it doesn't ski you. You'd be like, "Oh, wasn't special enough," kind of. Brilliant.
This right here, this control of the sword, gotta be nerve-wracking for his opponent.
Yeah, definitely. And at this point, neither of them know what's going to happen here. No, neither of them know what's what the other person's going to do. So that's why there's this kind of tension that's just building and building and building. And this is helping Eiga Sensei, because it's his partner that can't hold it,
yes.
can't quite take it, and has to kind of break rank, as it were.
Totally.
It's such a great example of a Shinsa as well.
Totally. Kakarigeko, I can post the link. Just give me a minute to pick it up, and I'll send it up. So yeah, I can do that.
Now there's another brilliant point here. There's another brilliant point in our side dialogue, right, where he says blocking is cheating yourself, so you don't want to take the time to develop self-mastery. If you cheat yourself, you don't love yourself. You can lie to people, but never lie to yourself. That's all very well good, but actually not blocking and letting the other person hit you is cheating them. It's cheating them, all right? If you let the other person hit you when you could have blocked it, you are not giving them an honest keiko. You are not helping them improve their kendo. You are teaching them that they are better than they actually are. In a way, you are giving them an opportunity that actually wasn't there. So it is dishonest. It's dishonest to allow someone to strike because you are too proud to block it.
It's one of those things that, for me, and again, my opinion, If I'm coming in with the training myself to not to block because I want to make an opening, it's all good, right? Like this is my goal for that day, for
Yeah,
that
yeah.
practice.
You don't want to build your kendo around just defensive stuff.
and
Defo.
and definitely, like, if I drop my guard because my pressure wasn't successful and then my opponent takes it, what am I doing? I agree with you, Andy, in this one. Like, I'm letting my opponent know that I made a mistake, but not necessarily my opponent made me make a mistake, right? So it's a challenge. I remember practicing in Keisho, right? And we were doing, they had me do Ippon Shobu with a lot of those guys. And I remember one time I hit one of them like up in the shoulder, and he gave me the kote, right? I said, that was kote. I was like, no, that wasn't kote.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then, like, I got explained, because I think I was Nidan back then. I got explained that, oh, what happened was that he understood that you made him raise the hands, right? So like, you
Yeah.
didn't have
Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
skill to get it, but you had that opening. So
Yeah.
it's
So
interesting.
the issue
because-
there, the issue there for your partner isn't that he's not saying, oh, I lost because I blocked. He's saying I lost because I exposed an opening, which by defending, especially just with your hands, does. That's why I said at the start of this whole tirade that it is not always and often isn't a good strategy. All right, it's not always and often isn't a good strategy, but it's also not like as you know, this sort of thing that you're not allowed to do, or if you're doing it, you are kind of, you know, I don't know, like ruining kendo or something like that.
it has to be taken within context, right? Like, it's very difficult, and we can go back and forth all day thinking about, okay, this is one way, but as we've been saying the whole day, it's not black and white. Kendo is not black and white.
No, exactly that.
We have to understand how to improve our kendo, but also think about improving our partner's kendo as well. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's just food
definitely,
for
definitely,
thought.
definitely.
Andy, so I mentioned to you, I have 4 more years to go for my Rokudan. Do you have
Okay.
any advice that I should be looking for, or things that
Yeah.
I should be guiding myself into to go
Yeah.
for my Rokudan?
Yeah, definitely. Let me get another little bokken so I can show you.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay, so obviously I'm not qualified to sit on the grading panel for Rokudan, all right? So I can only tell you from the point of view of somebody that passed the test myself, all right? What I'd like to sort of think about when I'm talking about Rokudan is the concept of sen, okay? So we've heard of like sen no sen, sen no sen, go no sen, all these different, and there's a few different words, but I wouldn't overcomplicate it, all right? Just think of the term sen as to take the sen, to take the initiative, all right? To take the initiative from your opponent. And what that means is, as we saw with Eiga Sensei, all right? Here they are. And when he did that Kaishido, this bit, and this guy was like, and pound, or yeah, when he did that Debanamen, bam, man, this way, yeah, it's that. What I would say, you come out of Sonkyo here. This is what I thought, right? When I did my Rokudan, I was extremely nervous, obviously. Okay, the day before, totally worried about it. Wasn't sure if I was going to pass or not. Wanted to pass. I was very lucky that it was as part of a seminar that was happening in Paris at the time, and we had some Hachidan senseis from Japan, very famous ones. So I was very, very lucky to do that. To have those there, and I went to bed the night before, and I was worried the whole time. What should I do? I had this sort of idea of what I should do, and I asked the senseis, and they said the same thing. And I thought, you know what I'm going to do is, my plan was I'll come out of Sonkyo, do my big hase, and then whatever happens, I'll be the first one to step in. Okay, I'll be the first one to take the lead. Yeah, I'll get to here, and then I'll step in before they do anything. I'll step to there, and then I will strike. Okay, that's what I decided to do. And then I got haunted with these sort of thoughts. What if they do Kaishido? It's going to be really obvious that I'm going to do men, because I'm going to start stepping in and like, I'm going to come for your men, and they're going to really know that I'm coming for men, and they're just going to do Kaishido. And I sort of woke up thinking that, and I just said to myself, I thought, whatever, do it. You do your Kaishido. You show me your best Kaishido then, because I'm going to show you my best men waza. Right? You show me your best Kaishido, Debana Kote, whatever you want, right? But it ain't going to be better than the men that I'm going to give you. And that was the mindset I took, right? And then luckily, like I said, there was a mini seminar before the grading, and I had the chance to go and practice with the Hachidan sensei, and all I did throughout the keiko was step forward and just men. And all I did for the sort of 30 seconds, 45 seconds that you get with them was just receive Debana waza no ojiwasa, right? That's all that happened throughout the keiko. I knew that's what would happen. I knew would happen.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. But I did it on purpose because I knew that I could, how can I say, like, I could remove the pressure on myself, to worry about whether I was going to hit or not, because I knew that I wouldn't. So I could throw everything. I knew I would receive the strikes from the Hachidan sensei. I knew that. So I could throw everything. It allowed me to give my stemi to my waza, because I accepted already that they were going to return them.
Yeah.
So then when it came to the actual shinsa, that's exactly what I did. I just stood out the sonkyo, yeah, and then came to the this sort of distance, and then stepped in straight away, and then men. And because I'd taken this initiative here, I was in control of when I was hitting men, and it forced my partner to react to that. Right, and in the first tachiai, he tried to do the Debana Kote, but because I had taken the lead, I was in charge. He wasn't able to catch the timing of it, and I was able to strike the men. And the second one, he wanted to do the Debana men or the I men, but again, because I had taken the control, taken the lead, taken the sen, he was just a split second behind me. And I think that's what you have to do for Rokudan.
I find your thoughts on this very interesting, and I can relate a lot to them on the way that I see people practicing, the way I like to practice as well, because I think many people kind of they don't throw themselves into the technique, right? They don't have that sutemi because they're already afraid that they're gonna get hit, right? So in that sense, your ability to just let go at that moment, I feel it taught you a lot, right? And this is the point where I'm trying to get as well. I'm trying to not care, try to go. And for example, I have very few students in my dojo because of COVID. We lost a lot and I had to change and blah, blah, blah. So one of the students that I have, he's very defensive that he never comes forward, right? So I know he's going to deflect me. I know he's going to have the advantage if I go and I don't put myself all in.
Right.
So once I put myself all in, the whole situation changes, right?
What you have to do, what you have to do, Jose, with him, with a student like that's looking to do ojiwata, right? You have to take control of him, right? So you have to force him to hit you.
Yes. Okay.
That's what you have to do. Yes. You have to force him to hit you. You don't let him do the ojiwata. You have to force him, and don't, just, you have to keep putting the pressure on him. Come on, then, come on, until he's got no choice, but he has to strike. And then, even if you can even let him hit you the first couple of times or whatever for the first while, whilst the first step is getting him to do it.
Yes.
And then once you're able to get him to do it, and this isn't just that particular student, this is everybody.
It's
actually,
common, yeah, it's very common.
yeah, once you are able to get him to strike, then you're able to take control, because you know when he's going to strike, and you're able to set off that split second before, and that's when you're going to make that brilliant dibanamen or degote or kaisi. That's what Eiga Sensei is doing.
Yes.
In these videos, he's putting his opponent in a place where they have to react to him. They have to, right? And this is where it can be useful to work with like your juniors, your students. I did a lot of training for Rokudan with high school students, because they were easy for me to control.
Awesome.
They were easy for me to control. So they might have been faster than me or physically stronger or whatever, but I could control them. So I could make them attack when I wanted them to. So I could always win the Debana men. And I used that as a way to develop that understanding of how to get them to go. And you need to start with the lower level Kenshi to do that. It's like a boxer. They don't go straight in the ring with a champion fight. They start on a punch bag or the pads, and they work their way up. And I think that's definitely it's an advantage we've got as Kendo teachers, that we have students that we can use to improve in that way as well.
Yes.
So that's one thing I definitely think is worth thinking about. If you've got someone, especially that likes to do the Ojiwaza, likes to defend, take it away from them. Don't give them the men to do the Ojiwaza on. Give them pressure. Give them the pressure, and give them no other option but to come at you. It's different to what I did with the Hachidan, the Hachidan sensei.
Yes.
Because he's supposed to control me. Yeah. So of course I'm supposed to receive the strikes from him. And that's fine. That's what he was there for. That's how I use him to improve.
Yes.
It's not a nice turn of phrase, but it is just a direct translation of how they describe it in Japanese. That's how I used the sensei to improve, was to use his skill at the point where I knew that he would return the strikes or do the Debanawaza. And I could relieve the pressure of trying to win and overcome my fear of being struck. But when the roles are reversed, yeah, you need to be trying to get them to strike at you. And that's why if you go against the Hachidan sensei or the high grade sensei, you don't want to be whipping out Ojiwaza and stuff like that. It's another thing that a lot of people get stuck on, because you're not in there to compete with them. Like if I practice the Hachidan now, pretty much 90% of my waza is just Tobikomi men. Tobikomi men. I might do a Kote strike or two. Unless it's like a young sensei and he's like, oh, let's do Ippon or something like that, and then we have a little bit of a scrap. But when it's like the proper Hikitate Geiko from the sensei, then like there's no benefit for me at my current level of trying to beat the sensei with some like cheeky feint and then kote, or like a sly getting him to, like a sly kaishido or something like that. Like I don't benefit from that. It just makes me feel good, but it doesn't get, actually push my improvement. It's difficult. It is, because when you're in there, you want to impress them and you want them to think that you're good and that you're worth teaching, and that, you want them to be impressed with you and to like you. So you are tempted to try to focus only on making successful strikes, and you shouldn't try and make successful strikes. But again, it's that sort of grey area, that sort of context of where it's got to be you doing this kakewaza really, rather than that sort of defensive stuff,
Gotcha.
So that's definitely something as well, that if you get the chance to practice the high grade senseis before your Rokudan exam, I think so far that's the best way I've found to use them for your own benefit.
Thank you. That's really helpful, and it does. This is the the path that I've been taking lately, and some of the things resonate a lot with me. Sharing your experience for your Rokudan, I think is, very valuable, not only for me but for everybody out there.
I hope so.
No, it's great. I don't know if anybody will have any other questions right now. Kakarigeko said that he was told by Akyoshi Eidan to never let your opponent get a cheap hit on you and to always use your every opportunity to strike them. The cheaper the ippon, the better it will actually help them. Letting them hit you when you can block isn't helpful for them.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making exactly. And the point slightly before that, where he said, for me, I do Jotai Zenmen. I've not heard that term Jotai Zenmen before, but if I'm guessing the kanji for what that is, I guess you mean moving forward. Ojiwazo Ashisabaki. Your kendo is a reflection of you, long hard rolled self mastery, and takes courage to keep your ego out of kendo. Yeah. So using ashisabaki or closing the distance is the same concept of blocking. You are avoiding the strike. That's when I'm using the term blocking with the shinai, with ashisabaki and shinai sabaki, and dodging tai sabaki, they're all the same thing. So there's just different ways of doing it, and there's better ways of doing it, and there's not as good ways of doing it, and there's effective ways of doing it and less effective ways, and there's strategically good ways and strategically bad ways. That's my point on that. Yeah. If you shouldn't just stand there and let them hit you, and there's lots of ways you can defend yourself. Yeah, if you can do Ojiwaza, great. Nobody can do that all the time because the stuff you don't expect happens.
Yeah, you have to, and that's part of the test as well, right? Like you have to be prepared for anything that could happen and be able to
Jotai
react.
Zenmen is where you keep the opponent's skidare and mune in check. Yeah, well, that's I've never heard that word before for it, but for sure. But if you do that in the Shiai and then they do Hikimen, that can be Bon, so wouldn't do that.
Totally. Quick question. On your preference for the position of the Shinai when you're in Kamae. Eyes, left, right eye, throat. Where are you purposely thinking of this? Do you have a difference?
I don't think about it all that much, but probably for the most part, mine is between the ago, the throat, and the navel, somewhere between.
Nice.
It's not always the same place, obviously.
Again, it's fluid.
Probably if I was to say one particular, it's probably like the sort of solar plexus sternum area. The kihon, the basics, yeah, it should be towards the throat. I actually like a reasonably low kamae.
I understand. Yeah,
By like that much, not a big deal.
Yeah, of course. No, I understand. I feel like it just gives me a little bit of a better feel with my opponent, right? I can get a little bit more reach as well, so I understand that. Okay, there's a couple of things that I would hope to happen coming soon. One is I get to travel and see you and hopefully use you a little bit to improve my kendo. I would love to do that.
Yeah. I'd like to come over there.
Oh, listen, let me know. I'll take care of everything. Just let me know. Number two, maybe we should consider taking a trip down to South America together and enjoying some food and kendo down there. So let me talk to some people, see if we can make something like that happen. I would like to. I'm gonna send you a message maybe tomorrow because I know it's pretty late for you. I wanna design my set, and maybe you can give me some pointers and we can work on a
no
Kendo
problem.
Tips set.
No problem.
The last thing I'm going to say that is there anything else you would like to share with us when it comes to Kendo Star? Because obviously I wanna.
I don't think so really. I think everybody knows everything that they need to know. I think I've been pretty open about everything. I think I think the main thing I'd say about Kendo Star is I think it's quite obvious what we do, what we're about, what our philosophy is. I would stress, and I think it is an important thing that is overlooked quite a lot, is we're one of not the few, but we're one of the businesses that is a dedicated Kendo business. This isn't my side job, or I don't, I'm not doing this part time. This is my bread and butter. This is my life's work, and it is that of all of my employees as well. And what the reason I'm saying that is because you do have that extra bit of reliability. If there's a problem, we don't have many problems, but if there's ever a problem, you don't have to worry about things. We're always there to sort things out. You've got that after service, you've got that support network that we have. If something ever, in the worst case, something doesn't fit, we can swap it. If something's wrong, we can get it right. And we have that sort of infrastructure available to us, which not everywhere does. So I'd keep that in mind as well. And then I think the only other thing I'd say is that, especially for anyone that's looking at getting something that's a little bit custom made or made to order, of course it's something we can do, and we're more than happy to do it. But please do remember two things. One is that the world is still in a really weird place, right? And nothing is predictable right now. Things are happening all the time that make things take a bit longer than we expect, or get in the way of how we'd like things to go. So any sort of time frames and stuff like that we give are always approximate. I know it's super difficult when you order your brand new Borgu that's made to order, and it's your dream Borgu set, and then you've got to wait for it. It's a painful wait, I know it is, but you can trust us. We'll always deliver it, even if it takes us a week or two longer than it might have done a couple of years ago. All right. That's just something I'd say, just as a bit of just to protect my staff really a little bit as well, because I know it does get a bit,
and especially in US, we get into the culture of wanting things immediately. So I know a lot of people.
This is the other thing I was going to say. I think we are one of the biggest, if not the biggest, Borgu company outside of Japan at this point, and we have grown a massive amount, which is great, and I'm super grateful. I really am super grateful for the support of everybody, the Kendo community, for supporting Kendo Star to get that. But we're not Amazon, right? So we're doing our best, but we don't have the the sort of network that some companies that you might be used to that can get stuff to delivered to you the same day necessarily can. But we still do pretty good, I think, considering we're in the UK, but we have customers over the world. We'll get stuff to you in the US often faster than your domestic suppliers do. We'll get stuff around the world, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, everywhere. So that's all I'd say on that, I think, as well.
I think that when you ship the bug you sent me, the Myrmidon, I believe it was 5 days, but 2 of those days were the weekend. So
there you go. Yeah.
So it was extremely quick.
That's why the only other thing as well I'd say is I've seen a couple of questions coming in here, like any chance of short grip koto style shinai, and someone asked about Nitoryu shinai and stuff like that. Look, if there's anything that you want that's not on our website, ask us, because there's a good chance we can get it. All right, and if we can't get it, nobody can. Right, is pretty much a good a good thing to think of. All right. Can we get short grip style shinai? I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but I'd say probably yes. All right, I'd say probably yes. And anything else you're thinking of, if it's not on our website, it might just be that it's something that there's not a lot of demand for, so we can't really keep it in stock. So I'm reluctant to put it online because I don't want people to order it and then have to wait for it. Or it might just be that it's not available. It might just be that it's a special order, or it might just be that we'd have to get it made up for you. But we often can do it. Not always, but we often can. So just hit us up and let us know that there's something you're after that you can't find on our website, and we'll see what we can do to help.
Andy, you are the best at what you do. You have definitely have made a big difference in the world of kendo. I'm gonna say everybody
Thank you.
that I think that every time that I had a communication with him, he's always been very accessible. Even before we started getting to know each other from the YouTube thing, he's
Hmm.
always been a very accessible person, and I think he drives this.
Who's that? Sorry, I missed that first bit.
What's that?
Who are you talking about? Sorry.
I'm talking about you. That you're very accessible.
Oh, me. All right.
Yeah. No, that you've always been very accessible, and so don't hesitate on writing him or the business itself, because if and I know that his business follows his philosophy of thinking. If not, they wouldn't be working for him. So
Yeah.
don't. I feel like a lot of people they don't get what they want because they just maybe they're too shy to ask or to write or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Ask,
Yeah.
right? Because maybe something that you're seeing and you really want it, it could be really useful. So please just send a message.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
I,
Definitely, definitely. You know, and as you say, you know, Kendo is in our blood at Kendo Star. You know, all of my staff, all are Kendo practitioners. They're all downgrades actually, and I'm even including my daughter that works with us during the school holidays.
nice, nice.
But you know, all of my staff are active Kendo practitioners. They all care about Kendo. They all love Kendo. Um, so, you know, if there's anything you're ever worried about, and, you know, even if you get, you know, sometimes you might be asking advice about something, and if they're giving you advice, don't worry that it's not me. That I don't let, you know, I'd only let them give you advice if I was confident that they knew what they're talking about. So, you know, they're not perfect, of course, nobody is, and we all make mistakes, but that's obviously goes without saying. But it's a great team that I've got. So you can trust them as anything that I would say.
Nice, nice. Andy, I know it's super late for you. I'm sorry I've kept you for so
No,
many
I've had a
hours.
great time. I had a great
Uh,
time.
Please, anything I can help you with, always keep me in mind. And anything, if I would love to have you back here in the stream. These
Yeah,
things
let's
are
do it
fun.
again.
If you anything I can help out, please let me know. I really hope that
Sure.
we actually keep growing the Kendo community for years to come. My
Yeah, definitely,
my
definitely.
goal with this channel has not only been to document myself, some of the things that I think are
Hmm.
important, but the main thing is to promote Kendo, right? I want Kendo to
Yeah,
grow.
definitely. Definitely. You're doing a great job with it too. I really
Thank you.
like the channel that you've got going. I think it's doing super well.
I'm
I
learning.
think you're particularly doing a great job of some of the things that I'm not very good at, the weak things, you know, these sort of live streams. I love the sort of YouTube shorts and stuff that you do. I think it's great that you're doing that sort of thing. And yeah, any way I can support or help, I'm always here as well. So that's
Same
it's great. It's been really great to work with you.
same here, man. Anything I can do, you let me know. And if you want me to help you out too with the little things I know from YouTube, I would love to do that.
Thank you.
And yeah, again, I know it's pretty late, so I guess I'm gonna cut it off from here. Let's plan another stream. Especially, I know
Yeah,
you said that you have some news coming up soon, so
yeah,
let's make all these things happen. Okay.
yeah, definitely,
Okay,
definitely.
man. Thank you very much. You have a good night, and we'll keep talking. Okay, I'll message you in a little bit.
Yeah, no problem. If I don't get back to you for a couple of days, don't worry. I'm in London for a couple of days at SGI. Okay.
Sounds good. Take care, man. Have a good
All
night.
right. Take care, mate. Thank you very much, and thanks for everyone joining me.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I cut him off the very last second when he was saying bye. Guys, thank you very much for passing by. If you haven't, please hit the like button. It really helps the channel. Subscribe if you haven't. It's really important because, it helps this channel keep getting promoted. I will try to keep bringing him as often as I can and keep producing some more stuff for you guys. Again, you can join the Discord server. I pasted the link here. It's completely free. There's nothing that you have to pay to be there. But if you would like to support the channel and you would like to help out by becoming a member of the channel, the pinned comment, and I will put it right here again, you can become a member of the channel. There's a couple of extra perks that I'm going to start implementing soon. and you can enjoy those perks. Some of them are going to be some specific special streams for members only. So feel free to become a member if you would like to enjoy those benefits. Justin, that was an awesome stream for your birthday. Happy birthday, man. Thank you very much. Christina, thank you very much for being here. Isokana Media, thank you very much for passing by. Lors, 5 a.m. I'm so sorry to keep you up. I will try to make this more accessible by editing some of these parts, the important parts, and try to share them with you. Again, I'm very happy that Andy gave me his time and passed by. Please remember to pass by Kendo Star for your Kendo needs. Use the code Kendo Tips. I don't get any money from that, but it is a good thing to have 10% off that you can enjoy and make your things a little bit more accessible. So thank you very much for passing by. Again, anything I can do, let me know. You can pass by the Discord server, send me messages, ask questions there, and just enjoy an awesome Kendo community. If any guys have any other question in the comments, let me know before I head out. But thank you again very much for being here. I just wanted to, I didn't get to show it. I wanted to share this, but the Tenogui that it's sent out with the Myrmidon set, I think it's amazing. It's very cool. And I actually haven't used it just because I wanted to show it live before I started using it. So now that I did this, I can go to the dojo and use it. And hashtag Kendo is life. Okay. You guys have a good rest of your night. I will see you Saturday for my regular stream. And I think I might start doing a second stream during the week. So that will be a thing. Thank you very much, guys. You have a good night. And please get some good practice. And remember, don't get hurt. Have a good one. Augusto, gonna watch the rest tomorrow. Yeah, it's a very long stream. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it. You guys have a good night.